Hello everybody, we're live and direct once more from the interwebs for your viewing pleasure. It's me Vesper and I'm here for you with another live stream of another Netrunner event online. Before I get into the nitty-gritty of the Giant Deck Tournament, the player meeting for which is starting, I assume, right now. We have quite a few players today, 22 players playing in this unusual event that I'm going to tell you a bit more about a bit later. A quick shout out to, first of all, Iz and CTZ, who are also streaming today's event. They're participating and streaming at the same time. So if you want to have some fun times with the people actually playing at this event, they are streaming today as well. You have the links there on the screen. So it's twitch.tv/San Francisco, that's CTZ, and twitch.tv Marzi23, and that is, they're both participating today. So I'm not going to be streaming their games. I'm going to leave all the glory of their own games to themselves, and basically they will be able to commentate on their own games. And knowing these two folks, you're going to have a good time following what's going to happen there live or later on video on demand. And yeah, so make sure that you do check out their channels now or later. Both work for me, no problem whatsoever. And yeah, what else about this event? So today we are witnessing the so-called Giants Decks event. And I'm going to quote a few things from the Steam Hack Forums thread that Sanjay, the organizer, the illustrious organizer of this event, and not only, but today of this event, has put together. Generally, players in this tournament, 22 people are going to be playing Giants decks against each other, trying to squeak out a win. There's quite a few nifty rules around this because the idea is, well, you're building a deck that's generally including as many cards as possible for your faction and your ID. Yes, so we will see, and I hope this will actually work. I don't think it has been tried. I don't know if Sanjay did some testing, but we'll see. We'll see how this works, and I hope it's gonna be just fine. There will be hundreds of cards in each deck. Hundreds of cards in each deck. So just making sure that you understand that this is going to be an unusual tournament. It will be totally wild and weird and unusual and hard to commentate on as well, I think, because I could just spend the next 15 minutes reading a deck list of a single deck to you, for example. I assume, it's like 300 something cards or more. Or less in some cases, but yeah, this is gonna be really out of this JNet, I would say, out of this world to commentate, and I'm very curious to see those games today. I hope you're gonna enjoy the stream. I hope you're gonna enjoy either the stream or the two streams I already mentioned. Remember, we have at least two more people today, CTZ and Isram, also known as Isram, streaming their own games. I'm checking the tabs right now just to see that I'm not missing anything. I am on the official JNet instance, and they're just still setting up, not even setting the games up, but Discord is slowly setting up. I hope they're not playing an Octagon or Tabletop Simulator. That would be unusual. So yeah, Giants decks. I have no idea whatsoever what's going to be played. I'm going to just share the field with you right now. I hope this works because, modern technology. So we have 22 players today. Quite an illustrious bunch of folks. Shoeflower, Chrome, also known as Akira, JCP Celt, Lucifer, Möbius Striptease, one of my favorite names from JNet, also known as Tricolus, Orbital Tangent, Sanjay, the organizer, Soka234, Analyze Chris, CDZ, also streaming, and M Crabtree, Encoder, Good Night, Diceborn, Greyfield, Internet, Marzi, or Marz1 actually, /is, Meeting Adjourned, /MVT, Netjogging, Rubyfell, Scumhooligan, The Wanakaneo, always tricky this username, and TSG Star Wars. I'm going to try and see if we see, we don't see the pairings just yet, nope. So this is the information we have for now. I have no idea I have no idea about the deck list. I have no idea about the IDs in this tournament today. I have no idea whatsoever about anything. So I hope it's going to be an interesting event. Let's put some extra additional trip mirror stuff on the stream so that we can chill while we wait for the games. How have you been, by the way? I hope you're all fine and you're keeping on. You keep on keeping on with this unusual situation we're all, of course, subjected to, or in many cases we are. If you're not forced to stay indoors because of the situation, I am very happy for you. Please, please, please take a walk for me, because I can't actually, just easily get out and just enjoy the weather outside. Although I am lucky and super fortunate enough to have enough space to take a bit of star damage, as they call it, or basically sunbathe in the glorious weather we have here right now. So very, very happy I can put at least this off. And yeah, if you can get some sun in, great. But we're not talking about sun here, we're talking about giant decks, and I should be very, very careful when I pronounce the name of this tournament, so maybe I should avoid pronouncing the name of this tournament too often, just to avoid, mispronunciations of certain words. Sanjay, who is he is the tournament organizer for today, the person that came up with this idea, and he's also one of the creative folks in Artist Colony with those really original, cute, funny alternative art cards for many different things. I remember the version of Fun and DS in the brackets they're added, of course. So the version of Funds being quite entertaining, and not only, the Anansi is just epic. If you haven't seen Sanjay's cards, do look around. I mean, they do pop up every now and then in different events, online and offline. Online, well, you will not see them on JNet, not yet at least, but they do exist as prize support in many different places. We're hoping for a death by 10,000 cuts. Yes, Magaris, this is gonna be quite interesting to see. Like I already mentioned several times, I have no idea what's gonna be happening today with the lists. Generally, when we see an ID, we'll be like, oh yeah, well, this means that if it's, for example, Jinteki as the corp, we can expect, well, approximately 300 something cards, as options for the corp to use. And that's the thing. It's all about stuffing your deck to the max. So you don't get to choose, I think, much. I should actually check the tournament description one more time to make sure I'm not pulling this out of my left sleeve. Let me just see. Giant decks. Giant deck tournament. Yes, there is a thread on StimHack, the forums, and yeah. So decks must be standard legal with one important exception. The one important exception: the professor is legal in this format, so that's cool. You can have the professor. Your deck must have as many cards as possible for your ID. So it's a requirement. You have to add as many, or basically all legal, in faction and neutral cards, playing enough cards that your deck is legal for that agenda point total. When you add all the agendas, that's as well. So you add all legal, in faction, neutral agendas, and then playing as many cards as possible for that legal thing. Don't get too attached to the other cards on the core restricted list, because your restricted card is either Obokata Protocol or Global Definition. Yeah, generally this is gonna be fun, like just to see what's gonna happen, just to see the majestic place. You have to remember that in most cases it will be generally the hand size of 5. So we're not talking about corpse with, oh geez, you can play oh wow, and you can play CI. Wow. Now I just started having ideas. If you play CI and you have 5 billion credits, you can just hold. One of the technical worries about today's event. I have no idea what kind of pronunciation that was. Probably too many coffees, and I should actually slow down because I'm super excited about this event. But yeah, I will slow down for everybody's sake, including myself. One of the technical potential issues with today's event, and I hope this is not going to happen, and I hope we're going to have an easygoing event that's just going to be just fine, is, the size of the decks and the size of the amount of cards that JNet will have to shuffle around and analyze and so on. And of course, you could just say, yeah, I mean, if it can deal with a 49 or whatever, 50, 54 or whatever card deck, or two at the same time in the same game, it can probably handle several hundreds of cards. And personally, I have no idea. I cannot tell you if Sanjay actually tested things. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Sanjay has tested things. And if not, well, then we're in for an interesting ride. And that could be quite funny to observe. So this is a stress test in many ways. It's going to be quite an interesting thing to see basically any card you can think of or not played, and then we're gonna try and figure out together, and help me out with this chat, what's the possible line here? Or how could this card turn the tide of the game in favor of the player of the side actually playing it. Round 1 is up. Okay, so we're in the round is up territory. Let me just check Cobra. We have the pairings. I'm going to be hopping around. Like I said, I'm not going to be streaming the games that are streamed by CDZ and by Isram today, because they're streaming their own stuff. JNet should be able to handle it. We used to have that deck that involved the maximum amount of cards in the whole game back in the days. Indeed, very good point, Magaruiz, very good point. These are the pairings for the first round. So yeah, you can see quite a few interesting names here that I already mentioned before. And we're just going to jump into, I don't know, whichever table that's not streamed. So I'm trying to see, I don't know, maybe table 5, that's the middle of the field. Of course, if you have any suggestions about people you know, for example, that you would like to have streamed, or interesting IDs that you see, or like, how does a certain ID deal with, card flood, basically. And we have the IDs here. We have 11 Cabonesses. Ooh, I can smell a certain type of meta here, where Cabonessa is just clicking for any program whatsoever and just doing stuff. This is a very, very interesting choice. 11 Cabonessas, 5 Maxes for obvious reasons. There is a 419 in double, and then the rest is just happy singletons, including the Professor. Yes, I was looking forward to this. We don't see that many, let's say, not top tier IDs apart from the Professor. And maybe Lat. Lat depends on the deck you play. But like, okay, Null and Lat, you can have very interesting builds around them. But we're not talking about builds here. We're just talking about the weirdest things you can put together. On the Corp side, Ag Infusion, Palana Foods for obvious reasons, Mirror Morph, Sports Metal for also obvious reasons, and then a bunch of different corps. This is going to be interesting. A lot of fun choices here. Choices, as somebody would say. We're going to look at table 5. I'm going to watch this if I can. I'm going to just ask. And I'm gonna hop in, and I have to make sure that my streaming studio is working okay, obviously, because I don't want to disappoint you, dear people. I think the rounds are timed, but we're gonna be happy not timing the rounds on this. This is a fun event. Let's be honest. There's only so much there's only so much fun you can or competitive fun that you can have with this. Nobody checking in or nobody cheesing it with the neutral runner IDs. I think the neutral runner IDs are not legal for the event. It is going to be hilarious. I totally agree. Table 2. Who's on table 2? Do they even use the table numbers? Okay, table 2. Yes, it's gonna be Aki. Oh yeah. Absolutely. I absolutely remember being requested by Aki to stream the game. We're jumping in, dear folks. We have Ag Infusion versus Cabonessa Wu. Okay, let's cut the music and let's have Mobius Striptease and Chrome. On the stream. This is gonna be fun. Apex was a safe choice. I'm not sure, but then again, I'm not sure about anything ever. So, yeah, you should be able to view things, I hope, because I'm also checking the stream in several other places, just to make sure that things are working correctly, as one should, as a professional streamer, obviously. And it seems to be running just fine. If it doesn't, if it's too noisy, if something's not working, do let me know. I'm waiting for the announcement of the round kicking off. And I think it's going to be 65 minutes per turn, or per round, excuse me, probably, yeah. I'm going to run the timer then, because, you know, just in case, it also helps me figure out what exactly is going on without, oh yeah, there we go, they just started, fair enough. Was this too noisy? I hope it wasn't. But yeah, we have Ag Infusion and Cabonessa. Cabonessa, quite, I would say, good choice here as well because of her ability, and I think it's only going to shine in this game. We'll see how it plays out. But yeah, Cabonessa's ability, of course, for a click you can search your stack for a non-virus program, for example, self-modifying code, you know, just saying, and install it, lowering its install cost by 1. Then shuffle your stack, and in a deck of 456 cards plus 6, so 462 cards, yeah, you probably want to find some programs. Daily casts, turn 1, this is gonna be huge. The Corp, in the meantime, is on a mere 450 something cards as well, so yeah, evenly matched, folks. Here, evenly matched sides. Liberated Cella. Whoa! I can see this being a very, very spicy here. Generally, all the decks are so spicy. I don't know if we can handle the spiciness on the, you know, on the Scoville scale. It's bajillions, generally. Very good point by Elks Forburn in the chat. When Cabonessa uses her ability, it's going to be such a long list, and I hope it's not going to break the screen. Here we go, an SMC. And that's a lot of pressure straight away. This is, you know, we're talking turn 2, obviously. Cabonessa needed a bit of economy to pull that one off. Rozeki. Okay, so we're settling in for the long haul here. Please remember, unless specified by other cards and card effects, the hand sizes for both players are 5 cards. And also, the winning condition is, of course, flatlining the runner, or whichever side gets to 7 points first, 7 agenda points, or milling the corp out. And I'm pretty sure that milling the corp out is not going to happen today. I don't know. Something tells me, like, if you think that it's going to happen, please give me the scenario that you can think of in the chat. Because I don't know. I mean, you know, we're in for a long day, definitely, a long evening of Netrunner. There's going to be 4 rounds of 65 minutes each, I believe, just to make sure. Is the timer on? I don't even know. I mean, my timer's on, but is the wrong timer on? Well, no, there's still a bit of setting up, and I think they just started because they wanted to, you know, to get done with it, and that's cool. I hope I didn't spook them into starting. But yeah, we have Ice Analyzer on the table, which is a beautiful resource. I wonder why people don't play it anymore. Like, Apex could totally use it, right? Whenever the core presses a piece of ice, plays 1 credit, and you can use credits on Ice Analyzer to install programs. Like, duh, it's just a perfect card. Well balanced and whatnot. Game day. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna, okay, maybe I shouldn't be going like ooh and ah about every single card, because we're gonna see everything today, and I mean everything. The interesting part in this format, and the main challenge, is choosing which cards to play, because, you know, if you get a lot of fluff in your hand, you're of course going to be tossing things away. If you're the corp and you're getting a lot of ice, well, you're just going to be putting guys on the table, because whatever you put is already good for you. Here we have a check against the Lotus Field. Oh, I miss Lotus Field. Such a beautiful card in so many different ways. Wu seems really good in this format. Indeed, I absolutely agree with you, Alexis, here. Yeah, and yeah, without a restricted list, I'm certain there's some medium virus scenario somewhere. Yeah, within 400 cards, absolutely. Triple medium build up without the core purging after 120 runs. The restricted list, it is indeed active for this event. So yeah, Bahali, well, I mean, yeah, but this isn't Bahali like a Geist card more, like a Haley card maybe perhaps? There's an agenda! First points, Water Monopoly. Nobody has any idea what this card does. The install cost of each non-virtual resource is increased by 1. Yeah, right. I mean, it's super useful. I don't, I wouldn't even be able to tell you which pack it came from. This card, but I'm glad it exists. Second Rozeki on the table, huge for the runner here. They do need the runner needs the money trickling. They have a daily cast for one more tick and 2 Rozekis on the table. And I am so excited about this because the coffees in my bloodstream are just circulating like a bunch of happy rabbits. So I'm going to chill, take it easy, say hello to everybody on the stream. I miss you all. I miss your physical presence in my life one way or another, and I hope we get to fix that soon, dear folks, one way or another, be it an event or just meeting for something somewhere. We have a cerebral pronunciation, my friend, cast. It's a psy-op and things happen. You can actually make them take attack or brain damage. And this runner is fearless and they just take the brain damage. Like, yeah, I don't care. I have 300 bazillion cards and you can only hold 4 now in your hand. So, well, GG. The Corp pushing for maybe another agenda. Maybe I don't know what. It can be anything. It can be anything. This feels so liberating in a way to watch a game and just say, yeah, this card could be, well, technically speaking, almost anything. Like almost anything. 99.9% of the cards in the card pool are legal. Third, self-modifying. Is it going to be a Rozeki? I would say so, but then again, oh yes, it is a Rozeki. Of course, another natural limitation of the deck, let's call it building. I would call it deck stuffing. This is the deck stuffing format. So another natural limitation of the deck stuffing format that we're faced with today in the Giant Deck Tournament event is the number of cards you can have in your deck. So of course, 3 off, maximum of everything. So the 3 Rozekis are going to be the maximum you can see, and then certain cards 1 off, certain cards 6 off, and so on and so forth. Speaking of which, I think it's an interesting idea to have cards that can be, for example, only 2 off or 4 off or 5 off. And I think this is a design space that could be still in a regular standard format definitely explored. That's quite a kind of a curious thought of the day. Okay, we have a fearless run against Ag Infusion's absolutely evil, really evil ability that, cost me so many lost games recently. I mean, not that many, but like entertaining games that just hurt. So yeah, you can bounce the runner and you can boop them into a different server. So booping with Ag Infusion, definitely very painful if they can boop you once per turn, fortunately. At the cost of just trashing the unresed eyes that you are approaching as the runner, they can boop you into another server. And there is no way whatsoever to avoid this effect. And, of course, employee strike, blah, blah. Oh, no, sorry. Of course, I should shut up. There is the distant cousin of Inside Job and whatnot, and that could actually help many people. So direct access, if I remember the name correctly. But yeah, other than that, good luck switching this one off. And again, I think this is an interesting design space as well. Other than direct access, maybe there's somewhere close to all the cards, some cards in the game that allow you to skip abilities of encountered eyes once per turn. Maybe once per turn you would be able to just switch off a corp ability, but just once per turn. And I know direct access is kind of that. Maybe there will be some more ideas around this design. I don't know. I cannot tell you. I have no scoops whatsoever today for you. We have a net chip, so there shall be more programs installed. And definitely with 3 Rozekis on the table, you do want more programs. Cabonessa will be definitely interesting to use in this format because with her ability, be it non-virus programs, of course, but you will be able to just tutor whatever it is that you need to contest a single ice server, for example. If you manage to get a piece of your rig that allows you to manipulate things like Pelangis or maybe Surfer or Engolo, you'll actually be able to probably contest more things. Double advance in server 1 and the corp is threatening a score, or is it an NGO? What are the chances of one of 3 NGOs in a deck of 400 plus cards? Please, can somebody run the percentage for me? Yeah, we were talking about 6 of cards in the 6 off in the deck cards, of course. Yeah, Out of the Ashes exclusive party, Fear the Masses, probably a few more. There are a few cards out there. I'm not gonna look them up right now because this exercise is futile at this point, I guess. There's a score, and this is big. This is 3 points, the future perfect. So that's nice. The corp, flexing its corpy muscles here. Hey there, Elusive Motions. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. I hope you're having a good time of the day. 400 plus cards and you find Proco. Yeah, definitely. This is called skill. That's pure skill. And definitely, there we go. Out of the Ashes. One of the 6 per deck cards here. You can make a run, and if it's in your heap, you can remove it from the game to make a run. So that's an interesting run engine to save clicks. We had a Bamboo Dome. What does Bamboo Dome do anyway? Like, I don't even know where it got trashed. No, it was accessed. Excuse me. It's a. What does Bamboo Dome do? Jeez. Reveal the top 3 cards. Secretly choose one. Return the others. Yeah, great card. I mean, potentially it's going to inspire several future generations of Jinteki deck designs after this game. I'm pretty sure. Bahali on the table with that very sweet Procon. I mean, really, when Procon hits the table here, that's just good. And I think this event does not ban currents as well. So, the Corp getting a scarcity on the table, turn I don't know when, could be huge. And, well, getting a resource on the table, especially if it's a Procon in this game without having to spend extra money, could be a big difference because draws equal credits in this case. The Corp installing and rezzing a Genetics Pavilion. The runner cannot draw more than 2 cards during... Wow, this is like... These decks all of a sudden seem to be totally, like playing hate cards against each other. So Procon in limited value until the Genetics Pavilion actually crashes out of this remote. Which it might at some point. I mean, it is an asset. Fair enough. So, if you want to score an agenda and server 1 here as the Corp, you may have to remove it, obviously. But for now, yeah, it's limiting things a bit. Takobi! This is one of the few cards today that I actually was able to recognize by its art. Simul Chip, okay, a staple, obviously. And this also is a big good thing for the runner here. In their first, like 30, 40 cards, finding a Simul Chip. It feels so weird to say this. But who knows what the rest of the deck is holding. Oh. So chat, if you were playing Corp, which Corp would you go for? The field is quite diverse, but we have several Jintekis. And I think Jintekis are the most popular with Agen Fusion and Palana. And then we have some HBs, and then there's a bunch of different things on the table. Among the runners, we have a ton of Cabonesses, 11 Cabonesses. I think at least half of the field is Cabonesses, indeed. What is this? That's a Niashia. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. If I'm not, I'm sorry, little virtual animal in this beautiful illustration by Ligas Mishkalne. And yeah, what does this do? Oh yeah, well, okay, it's a portable R&D interface with some limitations. Power counters, not virus counters, so that's good for you. So we have Cabonessa here, piloted. Snap out of it, my man. Played by Chrome, also known as Aki or Akira, trying to get some multi-axis against Jinteki with 1 brain damage, which... That's another interesting point, how do you calculate your odds of hitting a trap in a deck like this? I don't know. Agen Fusion probably. Yeah, that seems like a decent choice because of the amount of ice. Probably first you add all the cards you have to given the agendas of your faction and the neutral agendas, and then you look at what's the most prevalent type of card. And for example, if there's a ton of ice, if percentage wise there's enough ice to validate playing Agen Fusion, you probably go for it. Yeah, it's really cool to just be able to divert the runner to something that might be painful. What is the top card of the runner heap? I have no idea. No, that's Mass Install, straight from 2017. I don't know, 17. Well, anyway, brilliant card for the ages. It was very often used by nobody and made a huge splash in absolutely no tournaments whatsoever, if I remember correctly. Could be wrong because I'm not an expert. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. There's a boop into a DNA tracker. Ouch. That's net damage for sure, and that is a bit of economy out of the table as well, but it does not stop the access. So yeah, we got the simul chip, installing self-modifying code, and then looking for something. Is it going to be a Stargate? No, actually, I don't think you can play cards out of faction. I don't think so, unless, well, you still have your influence. Euler. Okay, so that DNA tracker is going to get into some trouble. Euler, well, not the best one here, I would say, but no, actually it is the best one. It's just 4 credits and then you just break everything you want. So a very good play of and avoiding that damage that could have been potentially painful. So Chrome here in control of the situation. Cabonessa getting into that server. And yes, as a reminder, indeed, Chrome is running the York Store Championship in May, which is happening in 2 weeks approximately. I think it's on the 2nd of May. I'm not sure, on the 9th. I don't. Please don't ask me about calendars. It's a Sunday. So yeah, I'm not going to think about calendars, but it is happening soon. And you can totally find it on Always Be Running. Thank you so much for the plug there. Yeah, you do have a lot of really bad eyes in Ag Infusion. Indeed, even if you don't res it, that unres card has some power. Okay, seems to be stuck. Technical issues, they might happen, but I'm actually quite happy that the game itself is progressing quite nicely with hundreds of cards on both sides. I hope that we will not have a degenerate CTM build or I don't know, like a NEH build somewhere where I will have to zoom out to minus 500% to be able to see the amount of remotes in this game. Is Yakuza playing today, by the way? I can totally imagine Yakuza going like, okay, my deck is all the possible assets, and I have to use the ice, but I'm just going to be tossing the ice into the bin. So I'm just going to make the most horizontal deck ever played by anybody in this game. It's going to have 326 remotes. And my turn is going to take around 65 minutes. Just the 65 minutes is just going to be rezzing, everything on the remotes. Wow, I mean, that's completely possible, right? And of course we love Yakuza. I'm just trying to be silly here. Okay, so this game is progressing quite nicely, I have to say. We have some agendas scored, which also is an interesting thing. And I haven't done any science, any math on this. If any of the viewers has, please share your insights with me. But what is the percentage of agendas in a deck of that size with 400 cards? How many agendas can you have? And I could be doing this in the background. If I was a better streamer or if I was, more of a scientist, I would have probably prepared some spreadsheets to share, an animation, maybe a small video, maybe a little interpretive dance. I don't know. But I'm just a lazy bum on a Sunday streaming to you live and direct from nowhere, and trying to entertain you with this unusual format. So, I don't know. Tell me, give me your numbers, give me your ideas. Speaking of streaming, by the way, and I should really slow down a bit. There are 2 more streams happening today. You can find them on Twitch. One is San Francisco. So San Francisco, yes, that way. And that's CDZ streaming his games. I have no idea what he's on today, which decks. And then we have Isram, or Is, streaming his games as well. I'm not going to be streaming any of their games. Because hey, they have streams for that, so you should totally go and watch them if you're a big fan of theirs, or if you want to see some interesting in-game commentary by the players themselves. Paulus Cafe, wow, okay, interesting. And we have a card that I have no idea what it is. Let's take a look. Heritage Committee. Yeah, draw 3 cards, add 1 card from HQ to the top of R&D. Powerful. I mean, this is generally, what was the name of that card? Anonymous tip with a bit of a Jinteki twist on it. So that's about it. I have no idea why it costs 1, but I guess it's, the ability of adding 1 card from HQ, because it doesn't have to be one of the cards you drew. It can be any card from HQ, so that's not bad actually. We have this remote server with 3 pieces of ice in the meantime. Probably slowly turning into a scoring server. Hum. See, I got quiet for a bit because I'm checking in with the chat. But yeah, it would be really interesting to see the maths, and yeah, we have some interesting theories. Assuming that the agendas are mostly 2-pointers, that's a broad assumption. You also have 1 and 3 pointers balancing it out. The math of how many cards you need to access doesn't change in regard to normal games. Yeah, that's an interesting point, and I think Sanjay, if we get Sanjay, because Sanjay is also not only organizing but also participating, I think today. If we get Sanjay maybe later on the stream at the end of the event to talk a bit about this curiosity of formats or among formats, maybe we're gonna get a bit more mathematical insight into the situation in this unusual meta. I'm gonna call it the giant meta. That's it, giant meta, ginormous, huge. I don't know. Should I pull up a synonym list of giant and then just keep referring to this in different words? That would be quite an interesting exercise. You could probably have 400 something synonyms of this, right? Reclaim on the table, which is not a bad thing at all to have. For the cost of a click and trash of reclaim and a trashing of a card from your grip, you can put quite a few interesting things back from your heap, which is right now at the 24 cards. So the reclaim already gone from the table. And the Rozekis, so much value with those Rozekis. This is basically the runner econ right now. Well, okay, Procon is online again because we had the pavilion trashed by an install in server 1. Paulus Cafe doing work. This is, if you look at apart from the Liberated Cella, which is a card I admire dearly for being such a wonky card in a way, like, we recently tried to build a deck around Liberated Cella with a friend. I'm not gonna name who they are, because maybe it's like, who the hell would be doing this? Well, it's me and another person, and if they want to come forward, they will, basically. But yeah, it's a wonky card. But other than this, and maybe other than the Ice Analyzer, all the other cards, including the Ngolo on Paulus Cafe, they kind of look like a decent shaper build. Even Cyberdelia can see some play in different places. Server 1 getting a score of a sting. Points, and the Corp 3 points away from winning. So the runner is under a bit of pressure, going for the archives because who knows who's gonna be there. And the SMC being trashed to bring in an Makwa. Ooh, the turtle. The turtle is online, but there are fancy things. There's a Philotic Entanglement, and there's a Project Kusanagi, which is a 2-0 agenda. And then we have the Breach Dome trashing Jackpot, which is a great card. Don't ask me what it does. And Populous Rally, another great card. Yeah, so basically I could be checking these from the heap. Excuse me. So Jackpot. Will the heap be actually displayed? Because there's so many different cards to be. Sorry for all the blinking on the screens right now. But this is not displaying properly anymore. At least it's trying to download the card image for me. Okay, there we go. When your turn begins, you may place 1 credit on Jackpot whenever an agenda is added to your score area. This is not working for some reason. You may take any number of credits from Jackpot if you do trash Jackpot. Super useful. Jackpot, yeah. Great against no decks whatsoever unless they only have 0 pointers and 1 pointers. 21 pointers and some 0 pointers. Yeah, which basically is this deck as well. Okay, I'm going to close the heap because the heap is just going to be filling up, and I don't think at any point we're going to have a heap bigger than the stack. Kusanagi is perfect with Chilla, indeed, or Cella, excuse me, the Liberated Cella, and that Kusanagi could be 2 points, and that could be huge as well. Also, stealing that one single Philotic. Wow, because it's a single card in 400 something, so hitting that, what are the odds? What are the chances? Anyway, Voter Intimidation, hitting Paulus Cafe, trashing all those crucial programs in there, including Ngolo, and not only, including the Euler, including the Gauss. So much pain in this one Voter Intimidation thing, but The runner is sitting on 20 credits, 3 Rezekis pumping, that Procon online again because the Pavilion was trashed by the Corp while installing the Sting, or before installing the Sting. The Corp on 4 credits, and yes, you do have the booping power, and you do have the DNA tracker on R&D, which is sweet. But what are you gonna do? What can you do? You're probably just gonna draw into certain cards in your deck that you hope to get. Okay, here we have a res of the Bamboo Dome. So for a click, you can reveal the top 3 cards, secretly choose 1 to add to HQ, return the others to the top of R&D in any order. That's a very nice filtering or well, accelerating draw mechanism. Why isn't this card played more often by people? I don't know. Like, really. Chat, what are your thoughts on Bamboo Dome? Why are you not playing this in your decks, in your Jinteki decks? Or not even Jinteki decks, it's only 3 influence. Like, seriously. Liberated Cella is, by the way, going back to Liberated Cella, is a great card if you have 5 clicks, which you usually don't. But maybe you will in this game, I don't know, we'll see. Cards do exist that give you extra clicks. Some of them are expensive, some of them are less expensive. Some of them are actually free, if I remember correctly. But they have very, very particular requirements to fulfill. Okay, the Corp using Bamboo Dome to secretly add a card to HQ. And at the same time, Chrome just getting those Rezekis spun up and just getting credit after credit after credit. Money for days. The Corp sitting on 5 credit, but on 4 agenda points. So hey. And we're kind of nearing the midpoint of the round. So we'll see. We'll see if that Engolo that just hit the table can turn the tide of this battle, this epic battle of giants, in favor of Cabonessa versus Ag Infusion that might be booping now, depending on the content of their HQ. I'm super excited to see what's going to happen. That piece of ice, is it worth the res with the 5 cards in hand? That is a res, and this is none other than Hunter. What a card. Dear folks, that card hasn't been seen in competitive play for a long time, I would say. But a beautiful piece of ice from the original core, then reprinted. Trace 3, if successful, give the runner 1 tag. I mean, of course, but why would you res this? I mean, with the Corp on such few credits, or just, you know, I don't know. It's a credit. What's the plan here? What is the idea here? Well, we will not probably learn because mandatory seed replacement gets stolen and the runner is suddenly on 5 points. Well, suddenly, I mean, that wasn't that sudden, but still. Now approaching the DNA tracker, which is no big deal for Engolo. Basically, it's 5 credits. So the runner completely in control of the situation here with their economy doing nice things, even though it cost them a Rezeki to get things on the table, but still. And there we go! GG, that's a medical breakthrough. Yeah, I cannot tell you if the Corp was agenda flooded in this game or not. But imagine if the Corp was agenda flooded. Or imagine you have a deck of that many cards and you just get 15 agendas in the first 3 or 4 or 5 rounds. Scary to think of. Scary to think of. Should we watch their second game? I think we should, because it's going to be quite interesting. The field, quite diverse today, as I already mentioned. And remember, there are other people streaming today as well. So we have, just to give you an update on... I'm trying to find, actually, the lovely people streaming. Yeah, we have Table 7. We have CTZ on which... runner? On Cabonessa Wu, obviously, versus Lucifer on Sports Metal. Sports Metal, that would be cool to watch. And then we have where is on the Giants deck table without a number. And he's on Blue Sun versus Ketzel. Okay, let's take a look at this game. Table 2. Max, so this is going to be speeding up versus Replicating Perfection. Ooh. Replicating perfection, keeping their hand. So the corp is starting with their hand. That's why we don't see Bamboo Dome more often. Good point. Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, that's a very good point. I agree. But it's such a beautiful card that's totally playable, right? It is. I mean, it's rectangular. It has the specific regulation adhering size, measurements in both ways. Oh, wow. What? Okay, bear with me. Turn 1, Sundew? What? Okay, I know why you kept. Kazi string being trashed on the runner side, and not only because there was also a Clan Vengeance. Could have been a big thing, but there are still 2 in the deck, so hey. This max is running over 500 cards. Sweet. Whereas the corp is running nearly 460. So yeah, that's nothing big. Okay, Apocalypse. This is extreme. That's Apocalypse turn 1. So Sundew turn 1, Apocalypse turn 1. Yeah, value plays, and we're back to square one with the setup here for the corp. No board state for you, I'm sorry. You'll have to deal with it somehow else. That's it. What a play, that Apocalypse. Wow. And I think the more games we will have, the less wow there will be. It will be just like, oh yeah, of course this card was there. Like, you know, that's the perfect card to play in this situation. And I think this is also a very interesting format if you want to test your decision-making skills and your setup skills and so on, because you will be getting cards that you have no idea what to do with, or you just don't purely need. And for example, this is why I think Max or Cabonessa, I mean, Max is a very good choice here if you have the right strategy for this, because there are certain cards that are going to help you a lot in controlling the situation as Max. And of course, if they get trashed, well, there's probably still a few more. But you will be able to reuse cards from your heap, most likely with certain additions in your deck. So it's not that bad. And that Earthrise on the table as well, even though it's a bit expensive, it does speed your game up because you're going to be drawing into the cards you may need. And yes, this is probability gone wild, I would say. Even though, like I was mentioning already several times, I haven't done any maths on this, and it seems that it could be balanced the same way in a way. Like the numbers would be more or less even now. Do we have a Mushin on server 2 and an advance? And now, if you're the runner, what are you gonna do? Would you run this? I mean, if you have, in this current situation, 8 cards in your grip and you see server 2, could be an agenda, could be a trap, could be an NGO. What are you betting on, chat? Tell me, what do you think is in server 2 before we learn? I want your guesses. Remember, the card pool is vast and infinite in this case, so what could it could be anything, I know, but like if you were to install with the Mushin any card you can from the Jinteki card pool, plus some, of course, influence. It's an agenda. Okay, so we have the Spurs betting on an agenda. Sting. Well, that's gonna hurt a bitsy bit. And now 7 cards in hand, and that remote is open for your runs. Priority requisition. Woo! This is huge. 4 points. Disperse, you win the guess of the day. Way more agendas and advanceable traps in this deck. That's a very good call, I think. But then, this is, you know, you're playing against Jinteki. What if it's a ruse? What if they know that there are more agendas than traps, and they actually install a trap? And then just, you know, they just ruse you into running this. We may have some people joining. Yeah, so we had some players dropping out theoretically because they didn't show up for round 1. They will be, hopefully, maybe perhaps, joining round 2. At least Sanjay is very welcoming because this format is very open to all possible cards and all possible players who are maybe a bit late. Maybe we're gonna see more tables next round. More tables to choose from. Mushin no advance would have been trickier. Ooh. Yeah, that's yeah, probably also a bit more value, but then again, it's all the mind games. And this is one of the reasons why I keep saying this as well during different streams. I love playing Jinteki. I hate playing as Jinteki because my brain basically functions like this format. My brain is like, oh yeah, Jinteki just installed a card and advanced it. It's any of the possible 500 different traps, and of course not an agenda. And even if it's an agenda, it's probably the one that hurts the most. So what's the point of running anyway? Give up, you know. We have Friday Chip. Interesting install here. You can get virus counters, but why would you need virus counters when you score genetic resequencing? What does this do? When you score genetic resequencing, you may place one agenda counter on an agenda in your score area. This combines really well with, you know, which agendas? Like Nisei Mark II, for example, to name one. Dadiana Chacon. I think it's Chacon. I don't know. Is Dadiana French? Is Dadiana Russian? Is Dadiana a modern, like a contemporary name? Because it definitely sounds futuristic. Maybe it is a legit name nowadays. I don't know. But yeah, you want untraceable funds? I'll lend as long as you have the ability to pay me back. And the Diana Chacaron Macaron could be painful. Speaking of painful, we have House of Knives. Oh, everybody knows this card, so let's get back to Street Magic. So here we go, everybody. This card hitting the table is giant, because I could also say huge. Huge if true, it is true. And yeah, Street Magic, one of the least used cards in the history of cards on this planet. But so cool, so cool. And I remember at least one quiz where the flavor text was a part, I think, of one of the rounds, and nobody knew what the hell it was. Chatterjee or Chatter, I hope don't worry about my pronunciation. I'm not a native in any language whatsoever at this point. So Chatterjee University, cool, yeah, does things, sure. The corp in the meantime, securing a server securing a server, double advancing a card in server 3 and hoping that their ability is gonna still stop the runner from running. But if you have 2 credits, might be tough. Street Magic was pretty good against a lot of punishing ice. True. And Dadiana isn't bad in this format where cards are expendable and money is needed. That's also true. Yes, Dadiana can actually be quite useful because you're gonna get money. Taking meat damage in this format, meh. Brain damage could really be problematic, or massive amounts of damage, or massive amounts of tags, because unless you have the econ to contest this, tags could be very annoying if the corp manages to find the right cards to use those tags against you, or even just trashing a precious resource on a table. Speaking of trashing, Chrome here, Max hitting an assassin, such a good piece of ice. Oh no, sorry, not Chrome, Möbius Strip is hitting, so Max hitting here Chrome's assassin, and the corp firing the subroutines, doing evil things, but still letting the runner in, and now 3 credits. What's it gonna be? 2 cards in the runner's hand. So yeah, that's a whiff. But the runner definitely in a better position here. They get a free card each turn. They do have some money on the table and 5 agenda points, and that's a big thing. Gravedigger hitting the table. Reminds me of a Fate No More song called Digging the Grave. Very good song. Dun, 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 dun. Anyway. Also, there was a metal band, a trash band called Gravedigger, I think. Well, never mind. Back into the game, the corp drawing up slightly. Very low econ on the corp side. That Gravedigger hitting the table, absolutely going for the corp mill. Yes, absolutely. I mean, it could be a useful card because you're going to be removing, well, I mean, of course, it's always a useful card when you remove corpse cards from their available pool. So that could swing the game, especially in combination with Friday Chip. I mean, you know, that's not a bad combo at all. But you have to run to trash those cards, so it's a bit of a give and take here in this situation. But yeah, I think we could easily say that if there's gonna be a corp mill in any game today, if we hear of one and it's documented and there's proof, I think that person should get some sort of a special award. I don't know, like a special playmat, or I don't know, like something unusual. Because if you mill the corp in this format, you are an absolute monster and champion of this game. Persephone. Oh, Persephone. I haven't seen this card in quite a while. But again, it's all about trashing. This is a very trashy build. This almost makes me think of games like Dominion or, you know, Thunderstone. Was it Thunderstone? I think that was the name. But generally those deck builders where you build your tableau from a common deck or from a common pool of cards, and then you keep, of course, reshuffling. Here you're not reshuffling, but you are definitely building a tableau from a ton of different cards that you may or may not want. Well, the difference being here you're going to get cards that you may not want, but could potentially prove useful. So building an engine in real time in this format, quite an interesting proposition. Server 4, just sitting there innocuously, I'm just gonna wait here. Maybe I'm a Rashida, maybe I'm not a Rashida, who knows. You have to run a central to see whether you can run server 4. And of course there are the archives, but what is in the archives? We may have some traps. I mean, breach domes are a card. In the meantime, while we have the game developing and I'm taking those breaks, you know, thinking about life and whatnot, I'm trying to think, how is this format exciting in so many different ways, of course, because other than seeing unusual cards or cards that haven't been played in a while, like Sovereign Stim Implant, which used to be employed in several interesting decks back in the day. I think the excitement is, the biggest excitement here is generally like trying to put an engine on the table, whether on the corp side or the runner side. Although the corp side probably needs less of an engine, you just need to jam whatever it is that you find useful and just go for it, because the runner, the longer you delay, and I don't know what you would call mid-game, like early game, mid-game, late game in this format, because I guess you have to look at the points. So basically early game is no points, mid game is like 2 to 4 points on the table, and late game is like 5-6 points on the table, and then trying to figure out what's gonna happen, and trying to score out to finish. Oh, there we go. So this is a runner. This is clearly a runner dominated meta, right? A score of the bacterial programming, and that's 8 points. Very nice win. And let's move on to a different table. Let's jump out of this. Let's take a quick look at a different table. Let's go table 8. Table 8 is Shuga and Go Hawks. Since there are so many, Ag Infusion versus Max. Since there are so many Cabonesas, I'll try to also get into games without Cabonesas maybe in them. To just provide a bit of variety, because chances are, I mean, we're gonna see a lot of Cabonesas. So a Cabonesa every now and then is gonna be okay. But here I'm happy that we have Max again, which is the other popular runner for today, but not nearly as popular as Cabonesa. Disperse. You have to play around every card, but at the same time, it is so unlikely that I have one specific card. Indeed, played the test game yesterday and ended the turn with no cards in hand and got neural EMP'd. Yep. It would be nice to run without too much fear of HHN plus kill. Well, if you're interested in that, let me promote. Well, I'm just gonna mention one more time, because people, of course, will be like, "What are you talking about again, silly person?" Iberian Lockdown will not have HHN, so the next edition of Iberian Lockdown happening soon. After this weekend, you still have several hours. You still have half the day, more or less, or 7-8 hours to vote on Iberian Lockdown's date, and I'm doing this in a very democratic way. I'm letting the community decide, the people who want to participate decide by voting, because there are other tournaments happening all over the place, but mostly on JNet, of course. And I want people to be able to choose. Like if they say, hey, I want to play that particular day that you are offering, I actually want to play another tournament, therefore I'm going to vote for a different day. I'm letting people decide that. So, you know, oh yeah, shoot, I should be scrolling this. Nobody's mentioning anything. We have a Shikyu. So, if the game was to end now, and we still have 20 minutes in the round, so that's not going to happen. But yeah, the runner would have -1 points, which is a bit of a sad score, but this is not about score. This is about the fun and friends you make along the way, and I'm pretty sure that, you know, it's a memorable game, this one. Interestingly enough, this max build is below 500 cards, I think. What do we have here? We had Distract the Masses, running against 2, transfer up 2 cards, shuffle 2 cards. Ooh. What is going on here? Somebody distracted the masses of cards in their hand and in their deck. Oh well. Other interesting events happening soon in the meantime, by the way. There's the Identity Crisis, which is another unusual format, and I'm really hoping here right now that I'll be able to participate. Oh, Frantic Coding. Whoa! So good! Look at the top 10 cards of your stack. If any of those cards are programs, you may install one of them, lowering the install, then trash the rest of those cards. Wow, so basically you just mill yourself a bit, but you still keep, you know, a ton of your deck in your deck because the stack is huge in this case. So yeah, I was mentioning Identity Crisis, which is a great idea by the one and only Alexis, and or also known as the well, wait a second, there's a run on Archives? Why? The lady that was mean to me, that's what I was trying to say. Oh yeah, of course you have to check this one card because who knows what it could be. I'm confused. Oh no, of course you're loading the data suckers. I'm silly. I haven't noticed data suckers. Please excuse me, dear viewers. So yeah, going back to the Identity Crisis, you build a standard deck and then you switch the ID to anything else of that side. So you can play a Jinteki deck with a Wayland ability, with a Wayland ID, and so on and so forth. Super interesting idea for a format, and I'm curious to see what's going to happen with that meta. Yeah. I hope to participate, and then I'm going to be streaming for sure. If I don't participate and I can stream, I will stream. And yeah, I'm very, very happy that people are actually just saying, hey, listen, you know, we all have a bit of extra time. We all love this game. Let's just put something together because everybody's playing online anyway. So that's going to attract people who usually probably wouldn't be playing in tournaments because they're just maybe a bit shy of playing in a tournament. I mean, it's totally okay to not be a competitive person and just saying, tournaments, no, I just want to play casually. But then if you have interesting formats that are nowhere near, you know, the usual standard meta where people are really going for optimal everything and winning is a test of skill and calculation and so on, just like in this format, by the way. Then just playing in a casual way, even if there are points involved or whatever, it's fun. Server 3, we have an install and an advance. Losing a Crypsis. Whoa. Yeah, using a consulted visit for that one card. It is probably suggesting Flood indeed. And Ag Infusion here being on the boop power. Yeah, well. Hopefully it's not the case because, you know, you don't want to give runner positive points. You want to keep them at -1 until the very end of the game and then just go like, ha! I totally won with you being on minus points. Which doesn't have an achievement, but it is an achievement in itself. And yeah, that could be an interesting result in a game. How do you even report that? I got very swept. Oh. Discarding Crypts is probably a big thing. Yeah, it's a good card in this meta because, hey, it just enables so many different plays. So yeah, that heap is full of goodies. And this is one of the things that makes Anarchs a very good choice here. The Heap Breakers. In Max, if you land a copy of Paperclip, for example, in this case, in the bin, that's already cool to have. Of course, Arc Lockdown is a card, but then again, what are the chances that they're going to get it? Ronin, access from server 3 and going away, so that Ronin is not going to be pinging the runner with any damage. 12 credits, no res on HQ Lethea Nisei, which is one of the modern cards released by Nisei quite recently. So is it going to be trashed? Can it actually be trashed, or was it an operation? No, it's a clone, excusez-moi, it is an upgrade. I am very bad at remembering all the possible cards. There are quite a few people out there who are way better at the whole card pool than me. So I'm learning a lot here as well, you know. That illustration, by the way, I really like it. Antea Voller did a very good job here. The mood is there, the blueness of it and the uncanniness of the clone psi powers definitely in there. Corporate Defector. Well, hey. I like it. CSR campaign, yeah. I remember playing Corporate Defector. I don't even remember. What was the deck? Was it Adam at some point or something? I think it must have been, or a Sunny. I think it was the Sunny. I built a Sunny and Corporate Defector was one of the cards in there. Just to make sure I can kind of, know exactly what's going on. Or just limit the Corp from drawing. Of course, it's not such a great card. But yeah. It has its uses, but revealing is not the same as exposing, so Amakua doesn't get the counters, for example, and so on and so forth. So while zero cost, zero influence, and being neutral makes it attractive as a possible addition to any deck, seriously. And while the illustration is fun, you have I think they're called Rex, right? These models. I mean, this is like the battle Rex, not the one that saves you, but the one that kind of gets you. In William Gibson's novels, these were called Slamhounds, I believe, as kind of a way of calling animalistic drones meant to hurt, harm, or, kidnap people. Or not kidnap, but like capture people, excuse me. Anyway, not taking a trip into the memory lane here, or down the memory lane, because we just had a Queen's Gambit. And server 3 is just filling up with stuff, but it's Econ, the CSR... campaign getting trashed here with the newly minted coins from that Queen's Gambit. Hey there, Aki. How do I win a game where the first 6 draws after mulligan is Priority Requisition, Bacterial, Vulnerability Audit, Sting, and Vanity Project? 14 points. Well, you win it by distracting the masses? No, I don't know. You just grin and bear it, and I don't know. You just don't win it, I guess. The luck of the draw. Oh, well. Tough love. Tough luck, tough deck cards love here as well. And server 3. What is in server 3? 4 advancement counters. If that's an agenda, then you're not making your life better. But maybe it was actually revealed. Oh yeah, maybe it was. I don't know. Does anybody remember what we have in server 3? Because, oh no, it's a paper trail. Whoa, that's huge. Tray 6, connections and job resources. We have 1 connection, we have 2 connections, we have... Yeah, basically 3 cards just hit the bin because paper trail. And only the baby survives. The symmetrical visage, so cute. Born for success, survives. You know, the baby can survive everything, including a paper trail, because the baby is not connected with any paper. That's basically it. Paper trail. I can see some interesting alt arts for this as well in the era of pandemic and certain resources being, in the state of shortage. Pretty rough indeed. But yeah, the runner deck that we've seen on stream was pretty good indeed. I mean, it did really well. I think runners might be a bit better in this meta. Simply because... Well, actually, no, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I'm curious. I'm really curious to hear from Sanjay later on if we can get Sanjay on the stream, the tournament organizer and the person running this today. Thanks so much, Sanjay, for organizing, by the way. To hear Sanjay's thoughts about the format, maybe the maths behind it, if possible, to discuss this particular aspect of this meta. And, like, who's more favored, the corps or the runners in this format? I mean, you could say that the corps are all the ones with the points, of course, but runners basically have to run and access cards. And corps have to prevent those accesses or, mitigate those accesses. And I don't know. Patchwork, huge card here as well. Great for any cards you don't need. definitely a great add-on. And we have Retrieval Run. What's in the heap? 45 cards in the heap, so basically an Amakwa, I guess it's gonna be the target for this. I would guess. I'm just guessing. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not gonna be analyzing this because way too many cards in there. But I would say the Amakwa that I just glimpsed. Yeah, indeed, there's the Amakwa. Hey there, Jessica. Welcome to the Giant Deck Tournament. And welcome to the stream. Okay, running R&D. Is this an agenda? Are these positive points? No. I hope people on the chat are spending a nice Sunday watching this, and I'm very grateful that you are watching this unusual tournament. Thank you so much for joining us. Do remember we have 2 more streams today. We have CTZ on San Francisco on Twitch, streaming his own games, and we have Isram on it's all in the event's description as well on Steam Hack Forums, but Isram's channel is Marz123, I think, MARZ123. Basically, if you go to Twitch, and this is a pro tip for everybody, if you go to Twitch and if you look for Android Netrunner, you will see all the live streams, and they're definitely streaming their own games. That's why I'm not going to be streaming any of their games, because they have the rights to those games. No, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to double stream games, I think, personally. Econ on the table, Catty Jones. 1 in a billion. Or actually 3 in several hundreds. That's what I should be saying here. The runner is really sweetly set up here. Those counters are data suckers. I would go for a purge here as a corp. The sooner the better. And I assume that this Ice on Archives is forecasting, is foreshadowing a purge. How's it going so far? I didn't know this was on today. Yeah, I mean, well, true, Jessica. It's a surprise. No, I'm kidding. I mean, it's been advertised a bit, and it has 20 plus players. But yeah, there's just so many events. So I really implore you and suggest that anybody interested in events online, which are the main kind of events nowadays for Netrunner, that you check, always be running, because there's just so much stuff happening regularly or irregularly. This is a one-off. I wonder if Sanjay is going to organize another one. I would love that to happen because it's just endless fun. This format, I think, whatever you choose, whatever decks you take, even if they're let's say the same IDs, every game will be different. It's almost like playing Keyforge in Netrunner. But yeah, we have still 3 rounds to go, by the way. We're looking at a bunch of different games today of the 20 plus players attending and participating in this. Bacterial programming, boom, 3 points, and now you're actually tied for points, which is huge because we only have 7-ish or 8 minutes more or less left in this round, so that could have been a big steal. The thing with bacterial programming is that the corp gets to look at the top 7 cards of R&D. This could be big for the corp here. Of course, it could also be just an absolute whiff. And I love bacterial programming in Jinteki in regular sized decks because it's just so powerful. It's just wow. It is a hefty 3-pointer that takes a while to score and it's not easy when you're Jinteki most of the time. But when you score it, if you have a certain game plan, it's such a good agenda. I love it a lot. It's one of my favorite Jinteki agendas. Flood is a huge problem for the corp in this format indeed. So yeah, runners I think are slightly favored, I would say. And yeah, I absolutely agree with the chat's opinion in general. This is the Spurs sharing their thoughts here. Yeah, and I think this is the case basically. The corp has to the corp has to react to a bunch of cards coming in that might make no sense whatsoever in a given situation, and it's usually the corp that has a tougher task of optimizing a deck because of a certain strategy when we're playing standard, but then you can actually fine-tune it, and then you can definitely use the reliability of your deck. You know how many copies of a card you have, you know what's the probability more or less, you can see your archives. You control the game way more than you do in this format. Pyrek, oof, 5 points. And again, the runner here just running away, as runners do, with the score. The corp in a tight spot, and that Aumakua with all those counters on the data suckers, so good. It's just so good. But here comes the purge, and I'm really curious what's gonna happen now because the corp doesn't have too much econ here. Only 6 credits, unless there are some money cards hitting the table soon and getting the corp up to speed on the money side, which is also crucial. That purge might not mean much because if you're not able to res eyes around the place, because for example you have server 3 right now, which is not a liability because data suckers don't get pumped and Aumakua wouldn't be accessing any cards, so that's fine. But you do have the archives and you do have R&D that do have eyes on them protecting those servers. But 6 credits, it really depends on what eyes you actually put in there. And I think one of the strategies for corps in this format as well is probably playing the cheapest eyes that's the best gear check or the most painful gear check available in your hand, and staying away from expensive eyes unless, and again we're talking about a very particular situation here, and this is why Ag Infusion is so popular today. There's several of Ag Infusions in the game. Unless you can use the fact of the ice being installed to your advantage. And this is definitely the case for Ag Infusion. We have a Corroder hitting the table though, and that spells doom and gloom for that wall of static. Fortunately for the corp, the runner kind of low on credits, but they do have the econ on the table. They have the baby that survived that paper trail. They have Catty Jones on 6 credits. They have Daily Cast still ticking away. They have a Street Peddler, which is good and pure value, and that Patchwork is great as well. And Patchwork is awesome as a card because it takes the problem everybody had with Faust being such an unbalanced card in a way and just turns it into economy. So trashing a card, you get a discount of 2 credits, which is really good. Once per turn, which also helps a lot. If you can trigger it on your turn and on the corpse turn, that's huge. That's 4 credits basically. Well, or 2 credits per turn. But yeah, it definitely helps a lot. Here the corp putting a Sundew on server 3. And yeah, that's an attempt to get the runner probably to run for something painful. I don't know. That Aumakua is not really relevant unless it's a 0 strength ice. That Corroder, well, Jinteki has a lot of code gates and some sentries that could be painful, so it all depends what the corp installed here. Do we know which players dropped? That's a very good question. Let's take a look. We have some people dropping, but we have 22 active players, and I think I will not be able to tell you who dropped. I'm gonna update you on the people who dropped between the rounds. Excuse me. We already had some games finishing. We had a table 0. Well, that's interesting. But Sokka swept Sanjay. We had the split that we've seen between Chrome and Mobius Striptease, and we had CTZ getting swept by Lucifer. Excuse me, not Lucifer. That's a different person. Or entity, should I say. But yeah, we have a Sandstorm. Let's take a look at Sandstorm. I was just looking at something else here, so apologies for not navigating through the game. Sassy, that's quite cool. Trap Deflector, 5 strength. That Corroder, yeah, this is... But now you're down to 4 credits as the corp. Are you counting on the runner hitting a snare? You're welcome, Jessica. My pleasure. Okay, there's some undoing happening. And I should be sipping on my hot tea here, by the way, because, you know, I'm blabbing and blabbing and blabbing, and that doesn't help anybody. So the Sandstorm getting rezzed. Again, there's a redo. Okay, there's a redoing of this. Chances are this card is basically not properly implemented, although I think it is because no prompts appear when you hover over it. Another wall of static, again, not providing much protection here against that Corroder. And what's that? Okay, so Bagad doing trashy work. There's an Enigma in HQ and signal jamming. What was signal jamming? Cards cannot be installed during the end of the run. Use this ability only during around the server. Okay, well, that's an interesting thing. It's probably getting trashed with those 2 credits going off the runner's account. Then again, or maybe that's for the run. Oh, excuse me, that's probably for the run, yeah. That was the corroder payment. And the card didn't get trashed because, of course, you want to load up that turtle. The turtle at 3 counters or the data sucker counters, helping the turtle reach the strength of the wall of static do help. And you can, of course, use them as well with the corroder. So until you pump the turtle to make it a bit cheaper and so on and so forth, to save the data sucker virus tokens. There's just so much you can do. Is the card bugged? Probably. Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, the players here definitely in better control of the situation than we are, which is passive bystanders and observers. Hello there, Klokotze. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. I should probably move the chat box. And the chat box here helping us a bit to keep your discussions and points that you make on the stream saved for posterity, because I'm really enjoying the interactions that I always have with people while streaming, and I'm really appreciative of you taking the time to just chit chat and talk about things and the games and the game itself, as in the game outside of the game, the grand game of Netrunner, and other things as well. And I'm loving this way of connecting with you, so I always like to save this on the stream as a souvenir. Running server 3 so that Sandu doesn't survive too long, but the corp is now on 7 credits. What could it be? The turtle, pretty safe. It can go up to 7 strength. There's enough money. So here comes the boop. That Sandu has to be saved, at least for now. And well, the boop doesn't save. The poor Sandu getting trashed. But the runner, loan money with that Cathy Jones still on those 6 credits, so that's not bad. I think the runner econ here is stable enough with the patchwork, with those virus counters. There's probably going to be a purge soon again. We have an undo click. And I think it's time, by the way. I think it's time. I'm going to check on the Discord. We've hit time. So I'm not going to announce time to anybody anywhere because I'm not a tournament organizer and I have not been charged with this duty. And in this current situation, the runner winning again on points, unless something changes here very quickly, but I don't think it will. I'm wondering if there will be... No, we've seen Corp wins as well. Yeah, I mean, there have been sweeps. But yeah, I think, I'm really curious about the meta for this, the result meta, so to speak. I think I should call time here. I don't know. Then again, everybody's on Discord as well, so I'm not going to call time. I'm just going to let people figure stuff out. Oh no, there were still some seconds left. Excuse me. So my timer isn't. I think the round started officially a bit later. I just started the timer when we started the first game on the table that we were observing back then. And let's be honest, it's a fun tournament. Nobody's gonna be worried about a minute or two this way or the other. So we're nearing official time. The runner here winning on points in this current situation, unless something really unusual happens. That's gonna be the result. Dedicated neural net, 6 points. Yeah, the corp is, and there we go. That's the win on points, on time, full proper win, so to speak. Tough to be a corp nowadays. But hey, everybody gets to play runner as well, right? That's the whole idea. Okay, I don't think we're gonna be jumping into any other tables right now. I'm just gonna be taking a very quick breather and putting some funky sounds on for you so you can chill. While you chill, so you can chill. We're going to remind you that there are different streams happening as well. You can see the URLs on the screen right now. I'm gonna phase out for a quick second just to get some more dark chocolate into my bloodstream because I really need a bit more energy. All this talking, ooh, I'm telling you. But yeah, do check the other streams in the meantime if you want for the 2 players participating in today's giant deck tournament. If you want to pick me up, today's sponsor is Cat's Cafe Comics, probably the most wholesome comics online, or one of the most wholesome comics online. I'm jumping out, coming back in a sec with some chocolate in my mouth and with some additional information about the tournament. Hey there, I'm back. I had some chocolate. I have some, well, final pieces of chocolate left for later. Sniff, sniff. But yeah, this has to keep me going for a while. We just finished round 1 of the Giant Deck tournament that you're viewing today with me on the stream. And it was quite a round, I have to say. Let me take a look at Cobra if we have the all the results reported. Not just yet. Some games still finishing, and I'm just going to mention one other thing that I think is absolutely sweet and awesome, because Sanjay, the organizer of this tournament, an all-round awesome person, well, basically asked people participating today, asked all the participants to, if they notice that certain interactions or cards are bugged, invited them to file reports or file bug reports for the JNet developers. And of course, you could say, yeah, there's some outstanding issues and so on. But I think this is such a sweet thing to do if people have the time, of course, to write it down and then report. Because many of those cards do not see play very often, and chances are somebody who plays on JNet for the first or second time is going to use some unusual cards because they just, they want to try deck building, for example, and they get into this and they put some unusual cards together. They're not going to play top decks, and if that card or if some cards that they use are not interactive enough or they just don't work properly, such a person can get discouraged, and that would be kind of sucky, I would say. So yeah, people actually have reported. I think, what was the card reported? Some agenda, replanting, which is an agenda for Jinteki, I believe. Yeah, it doesn't go to archives and so on and so forth. And there's already some discussion on the Discord of this tournament about reporting this issue. Really cool. Results still trickling in. One more game missing from the field. We have 10 tables. We may have some people joining and or dropping, and I will let you know as soon as I know what the situation is. In the meantime, how is everybody doing in general? Sunday fun day, I guess, right? I hope you're all keeping well and chinchilling with your chinchillas. If you don't have chinchillas, get a chinchilla. They're the chilliest animals of them all. The chillest pets, I would say. What are other good pets to chill with? I don't know. Gorchillas, maybe? No. Anyway. Now I'm curious about Jessica's book, because apparently there's a cool book somewhere. So if it's not a secret, I would be very happy to learn the title of the book. I'm also reading a book. I'm reading a space opera kind of thing, although it's not very operatic, but it's very interesting. It's like kind of imperial Asian things, but in space and in the future, and there's like cloning and multiple personalities or multiple bodies inhabited by the same consciousness. Well, whatever. It's called the Imperial Radg. I think that's the pronunciation, or Raj. I don't know. It's by Anne Leckie. It's a trilogy because, of course, you write trilogies. Why anything else? And it's quite interesting. It's really interesting. Anne Leckie is quite a good writer. I think she got some awards actually for this series as well. And it reads really different. It's kind of like in between. It's its own thing basically. It has a lot of lingo or a lot of culture presented in the series that's unique to that series, I think. And I haven't read all the books ever, so of course take it with a grain of salt. And with my personal perspective, but I'm enjoying it a lot. At first I thought it was a bit slow, but actually it's like walking through a garden with many different situations in it or events in it, and it's quite interesting. I definitely recommend it. Final Girls. Okay, so following people's lives after they survive a horror film. Ooh, oh yeah, because Final Girls, it's probably like the person that survives a story. A horror film, and then you're like the final girl, probably, hopefully not the final person that dies in a horror movie. Ugh. And then Homo Deus, which is a non-fiction book about humanity. Oh, that's a big subject, let me tell you that, especially nowadays, but not only. I had a huge, long chat yesterday, which lasted, I kid you not. First, we played some board games online with a friend I haven't seen in a while, a board gaming friend from back in the day when I was living in a different country. And then we had a chat, which was like 2 or 3 hours about everything, and and a lot of different stuff. It was quite something. But I shouldn't be talking to you about my private life here, although I'm happy to share. It's more about what's going on with the tournament. I think all games have finished. Checking with the Discord. People still reporting results. Okay, we have all the results. So let me share the results with you before we get into round 2 of this tournament. I'm gonna make this bigger, and of course you can check all this on Cobra yourselves. The link to the Cobra page should be, I hope it is, should be somewhere as part of the title of the stream. It's probably there. Otherwise, just look it up. There's not that many events happening today, so you will not get lost. We have some timed ties, even interesting. Some sweeps and some splits. So yeah, it's okay. I think it's fairly balanced. We have 4 sweeps, 4 splits, and 2. This is super balanced. Hello. Anyway, let's take a look at who's in front and with which IDs. Cabonessa topping the table. Sports Metal. I want to watch that Sports Metal. That's gonna be my next thing to watch. And a Gagarin over there as well with internet, and Asmari. Ooh, Asmari. What do you name as Asmari? I don't know. It's a good thing to figure out. We have the we have the round. Oh no, sorry. I was panicking. The next round starts in around 5 minutes. I was like, whoa, it's already on. No, it's not on. So we can chill a bit. And yeah, let's take a look. They're setting the tables up. The pairings are up as well. We're definitely going to be looking at the Sports Metal. That's my choice, unless people are voting for anything else. But let's just look at the pairings. That's going to be table 1. Yeah, I mean, of course, we're going to observe table 1. Come on, people. Let's just jump in there and let's take a look if they're setting up. Okay, we're looking at the pairings. I think the pairings page would be also cool to have like the IDs on as well. Maybe that's something I could contribute to Cobra as a person that has no idea how to code. But yeah, Colorado represent. Okay, I mean I made the right choice. So we all have internet, if I'm correct, representing the New York meta, versus Luke. Is that Luke? Yes. Representing Colorado. So the players are getting ready. They're setting the tables up. I'm just checking in with both players just to make sure that If somebody doesn't want to be streamed, that's absolutely fine and okay, and should be totally honored. So I think this is like, if we're ever going to get super organized as a bunch of streamers, I think or this is just my personal code as well. It's like, I try to ask people, and then again, everybody should be okay with this. We mentioned this several times with Sanjay in Discord as well. If people are not okay with being streamed, they should let any of the streamers know, including the streamers that they're playing against. Because like I already mentioned, we have CTZ and we have Isram streaming as well at the very same time. You have the URLs there on the stream if you want to check out different games as narrated by the players who put those decks together. You can check these two fine folks out, and pretty sure they have entertaining games going on as well. I'm going to be streaming everything else, or as many tables as I can actually see. Oh, we have Kizra and Shoeflower joining. I think Shoeflower signed up early on as well. And yeah, there were some players who did not participate in the first round. So we have 24 players now. We have added players. So much fun. I mean, we have added players. We have 11 tables then. Oh, what's happening? I got kicked out of a table. I think it's just people remaking because they're getting repaired. No, it's still a table. I don't know, something happened here. I hope it's not JNet just exploding for me. That would suck. We had the other day with the absolutely awesome Fight Club format, which is another custom format, which I'm super excited about. So we had some technical issues on the stream, and I was super sorry and super grateful to Cluster Fox and the lady that was mean to me, also known as Alexis, for commentating while watching the German stream and commentating, giving the audio on my stream. I still have to sort it out somehow, or just post the audio somewhere as a video on demand, and make sure that you can enjoy that. Waiting for the table 1 to be remade, apparently. I don't know what's going on. I mean, games are dropping. Maybe my JNet is misbehaving? Let me just click around a bit. Am I logged out or something? Like, what's going on? I have to refresh. Excuse me, dear folks, but I have to refresh. I hope they're not going to start without me. That would be terrible. Oh, well. Getting back into the game. I hope. Now I can watch. Can I watch actually? Competitive tab. Yes, I want to go table 1. Where's table 1? I lost him. Oh, it got repaired, but I want to watch. Okay, we're not going to have internet. We're going to have Soccer 234, but that's Sports Metal. I am going to be curious to see in action. So let's switch to the table. I don't think I should be running the timer just yet. I'm going to hide it because they haven't started yet. And let me just set up the things. I'm sorry if all this wobbling of the windows and of the views is giving you nausea. I hope it doesn't. I maybe should change the transition to fades, but I kind of like the windows popping around. It's kind of, it introduces a bit of action in the current situation here. Speaking of which, I don't know. I'm gonna leave the chat window where it is, or maybe shove it a bit higher because we may have a remote happening at some point soon. Can I choose the transitions in this? No, I can't. See, you're learning about my yeah. Okay, they're starting the game. Okay. Whoa. I'm going to just throw the windows around several times so that you get even a bit more annoyed at me. I hope you're not getting annoyed with me, because that would be terrible. I might be changing the animations to fades. Yeah, the fades are probably a bit better. Okay, so we have Luke from Colorado versus Soccer 234. That I have no idea about their meta. Cabonessa and Sports Metal, and I really want to see Sports Metal because the agenda floods for Sports Metal could actually be beneficial. Or not beneficial, sorry. Of course, you don't want to lose points, but you have this built-in ability that mitigates losing agendas, as long as they're not super painful agendas. Dirty Laundry turn 1 from the runner. That R&D install probably means that the corp doesn't have any agendas in their hand. However, it could just be saying, yeah, of course I don't have any agendas in my hand. Please don't run. What's up with the POG, Akira? Like, what's going on? Play of game, right? I had to learn what POG or POG means in Twitch parlance because I'm very old. No, I'm just kidding. Twitch has its own subculture and its own emojis and its own everything, its own culture, basically. It's not a subculture, it's a culture. It's a huge community. So if you get into it and then you see people in different chats using different things, then you want to learn, you want to know what's going on. Server 1 install, Lucifer here, hopefully maybe perhaps resing this, or maybe not, maybe it's a trap. No, it's a res, it's a huge res, it's a Heimdall 1.0, the runner has the clicks to click through, and I assume they will. Would you click through here, or would you be like, I don't know, it's kind of dodgy, maybe there's something evil in that server, who knows? I mean, seriously. The thing is, you put all the agendas that your corp color has, all the neutral agendas that are legal in standard and so on, and then you still look at your influence and whatnot, and yeah, you can add some cards in there that are outside of your color, outside of your faction, and that could be quite funny in this format. So the runner here, either we had an issue with the server and the game just malfunctioned, or they're thinking about clicking through. I don't know what the case is here. I hope it's not the wave of JNet failing on me, because I've had some issues with JNet. No, they're just clicking through it. Okay, this is just about thinking. And this is totally not about JNet. This is about my connection doing weird things. Launch campaign. Okay. So that launch campaign, excuse me, I can look it up from the archives. Hitting the bin. Launch campaign is not a bad card at all. It's decent economy. For 1 credit, you get 5 basically over time. So yeah. Another install. So, well, with 2 credits, you probably... this is probably not an agenda. It's probably some econ. So now it's up to the runner to decide whether they want to do something here. Oh, that's Cuban. Oh, sorry, Cuban. Mispronouncing interesting card names since 2000, I don't know, whatever, 15, I guess. That's my second job or third job or fifth job or whatever. It's not even a job. It's my hobby. So we have an access. That's money for the runner as well. Very good install here. It's probably going to be more accesses. Trashing that Helheim servers. Oof. Digging in R&D with 430 cards, trying to use the numbers to your advantage, because the corp will probably have quite a lot of agendas in there. One can guess. And of course, that Cuban has to be trashed because of Cabunes's ability, or actually, well, yeah, not even trashed, removed from the game, which is not really that painful because you have your whole stack of programs that you can just keep tutoring with Cabunesa. And that was a very cool econ play. I kid you not, because okay, you will waste a click. You will click for that particular program, but then it's just pure value. Not only do you run, but you also gain money. If the corp was low on credits, which was the case, chances are they won't be able to res that piece of ice, so you're gonna just keep getting money for running. Kind of like a small Desperado almost, right? Even better. What's the chat prediction here for this game? I mean, I always root for sports metal, you know? If there was a format in which 2 corps play against each other and 2 people would be on sports metal, I would be still rooting for sports metal. But yeah, I like seeing sports metal do sports metal-y shenanigans. Another Cuban here. Oh, but then you run HQ. Okay, I mean, okay, you do have a fair amount of credits, but I would be just running R&D 3 times just for the value. Then again, the players know what they're doing. I mean, you definitely need to know how the game works, at least a bit, when you're playing 400 plus cards. That's an access. Is it something spicy? We had a trash, right? Or the Oaktown Grid? No, the Oaktown Grid was trashed earlier on, I guess. Yeah, so that's just a value Cuban run. And then one more just to get money up. Oaktown Grid, whoa. Why doesn't this card see more play? I mean, such a beautiful piece of art on it as well by Maciej Rebisz, who happens to be Polish, so I can actually totally mispronounce this person's name. Maciej Rebisz? Yeah, totally. Like, no, that's the way you actually pronounce it. So yeah, second Cuban removed from the game. Interesting. So is this going to be enabling the SMC into Rezeki plays soon, or is there a different game plan here? Because I think this is another cool thing about this format. You have so many cards that you have, for certain IDs, you have infinite game plans, right? Like Cabones has so many lines here, so many options on the table. I'm also curious about the Professor deck, and I think we're gonna be probably looking at a Professor deck in the third round. Wu seems absurdly good in this format, cannot stand her, but even I'd be tempted. Indeed, Jessica, I agree. And Oaktown Grid, a deck that uses it to protect Prana Condensers. What in the world are even Prana Condensers? I wouldn't even know. Jeeves Model Bioroids, getting trashed with impunity because you do have the econ and you don't want the corp to get extra clicks. Like, nope. That's a big nope. The corp, in the meantime, just going, smoothly along, sailing here with a... Oh, wow, look at this, self-destruct chips. Ooh. Not only is it points, not only is it a sports metal trigger, it's also decreasing or reducing the runner's maximum hand size. And I remember losing to this card. Oh geez, there was this one deck with which one was the ID that limited your hand size as well on HB? But basically this, so the ID, the self-destruct chips, and that one card which has the nuclear mushroom on it, the explosion. And me running a remote, and my opponent, a lovely person here locally by the name of Carlos. I haven't seen in quite a while, and yeah, me just being flatlined with the nuclear explosion on that remote. That was cool. Cybernetics Division. Thank you so much, Jessica. You are my brain for all the cards that I will never remember because I'm just very loose in a way. We have a Cuban again here, so that's more money for the runner, and I think the strategy here is basically make money while running as much as you can, plus trash all the cards that you might encounter that could potentially be useful for the corp. Basically econ, because many operations will not be useful. And remember, this is a deck stuffing format. You cannot just put the cards you really would like and just put as many as you want. You have to put as many as you can. This is the tricky part. You fill up your deck first with all the legal agendas of your faction and all the neutral ones, and then you fill up the deck with all the possible cards that you can. So that's why you see 450 plus cards, because maybe of those 450 cards, of course, maybe a certain number is agendas, obviously, because you have to put all of them, all the numbers of those cards, and then a certain number of the cards are the ones you really want, but there's probably a bit of fluff here and there. MCA Austerity Policy. Well, never a bad card. Not only have you already limited reduced the runner's hand size, now you're limiting their click pool as well every turn when you click MCA Austerity Policy. I'm just gonna take a very quick look at the Discord. Okay, everything is working. People are setting up. Certain tables had some issues, so certain games started only now. But the TO Sanjay, who's an all-around awesome person, probably will award them additional time, because why not? Of course, you don't want to. I mean, this is a fun casual tournament. You don't want to make, let's say, 20 people wait for 2 people who started late. So there might be a bit of a break between the next few rounds. We'll see. I mean, let's maybe focus on the game at hand, because this is where the excitement is. We have an equivocation. What a card. This is such a good install here. Still betting that the 4 credits in Corp's bank are not enough to do anything with that R&D ice, and so far it's paying off. Cyberdeck Sandbox. Ooh, that's a spicy, cute agenda, right? That's 2 points. And yeah, like double accesses. Whenever you make a successful run, you may reveal the top card, and then you may force the Corp to draw that card. And here comes a res. Because that agenda gave the Corp 2 credits, and now a Vikram 1.0. Oof. Look at this. Look at this. The runner can, of course, pay through the traces, which they will, because I cannot see the runner just getting brain damage. Like, you know, you don't want that. No. Not with the brain chips. What was it, the brain chips? No, sorry, self-destruct chips in play. Vikram is a very interesting piece of ice because it's one of those easy to click through. I mean, easy. Well, it has 3 subroutines, and it's actually not a bad choice nowadays. I would say, even, you know, with boomerangs and everything, this is not too bad if you have the money. The subroutine, the first one might be a bit tricky because it's very positional in a way, or situational. But the 2 traces for the brain damage, that's solid. I can imagine decks using this card to their advantage. So yeah, Vikram 1.0, that's not a bad Bioroid at all. Another R&D access revealing the blue level claims with the equivocation. And maybe forcing the corp to draw that or not. That's an option for the runner. I don't know if you would force the corp to draw that or not. By the way, this card, of course, is dedicated to Daft Punk. I mean, clearly, like, the artist, you know, here was just like, yeah, I like Daft Punk. You're all gonna like Daft Punk as well, around the world and whatnot. Another unseen card, and then the equivocation, of which there are still 2 copies in this deck, going off the table, but yeah, the corp here, clicking through again clicking for the MCA austerity, and for some much needed economy hunter. So there's tagging on the table. For now, again, the runner, pretty safe, 14 credits in the bank. Not much the corp can do with 1 credit, but hey, we'll see. I mean, it's only 2-2-1 for now. That tag actually does land. Well, I mean, then again, it only costs you 2. Yeah, it would cost you 2 both ways, actually, so I don't know. Biotic labor, I don't know if I would get the tag from it. Okay, well, apparently the runner is just whatever. I can deal with tag punishment. I don't care. I don't think you're gonna have any cards to kill me with those tags, and there's nothing on the table. Okay, this was very interesting because the runs, other than just excuse my chocolate mouth, but other than the single accesses and the information that the runner received, there was no benefit whatsoever for the runner to do those 3 runs. And now that they're on 3 tags, and if the corp has any tag punishment in there, it is unlikely. But what if they have a boom? I mean, I know 1 credit, yes, of course. So you have to money up. Punishment in hand, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you just draw up. The runner doesn't seem to have any plans of. I mean, this is a shaper, so there's no econ denial much other than trashing resources, which we've seen, of course, already. But there's not much else that the runner is probably going to be playing against. Ooh, there was a price tag. Spicy. So the corp going for the money, but that might not be working too well. Heimdall 1.0, even though it's big, you can click through it. I love the explanation that, you know, just spend time with the Bioroids, and they're just, yeah, okay, if you just keep talking to me and if you just talk me through why I should let you into that server, which of course is holding terrible corporate secrets about people suffering and huge amounts of money changing hands and so, like, you know, I'm just gonna let you in. I mean, Bioroids are probably like the worst security specialists ever. You just have to keep talking to them. What's your favorite Bioroid ice, folks? Any personal faves out there among you? I really liked Eli 1.0 for obvious reasons, but I think Heimdall 2.0, like basically Heimdall, the Heimdall line is just, I like it. It's just big and scary, and of course it's not that useful. And then there's Tyr, which is super duper awesome in so many ways. It's extremely good for the Corp. Ravana 1.0 and Heimdall 2.0. Good votes. Ravana 1.0 as well. So we have 2 votes for Ravana. Okay. So that's going to be my homework, maybe? Build a good deck with a Ravana 1.0. Victor 2.0. Yeah, Victor's. Yeah, Itchies, Victors, all that old school ice. Really nice. Good old Bioroid value. And that's the thing with Bioroid ice. If you can get 2 layers of it and the runner is not set up, then it's risky because, you know, you may not have the clicks. But 1 layer of Bioroid ice, kind of tough to treat as serious protection. Even that Heimdall, I mean, you know, it's 8 to res, 6 strength. And still you can click through it, you can access that card, which happens to be... Where's my snare drum? Let's see what it is. Sensor net activation. That's an agenda. So yeah, the Corp jamming here, of course, because you have to jam. You have to just hope that the runner is not gonna... If you're not getting any ice and you're getting agendas... Then again, we haven't seen that many agendas in the triple HQ access in the previous turns, so... Chances are the Corp is just getting agendas and jamming them the moment they get them. Server 3 could be a Pat campaign or some sort of econ that's probably expensive for the runner to trash. For those of you just joining, this is the second round of the Giant Deck Tournament organized by Sanjay. A fun format of playing unusually huge decks built for specific restrictions or requirements, with all the agendas ever included, and then just getting the decks stuffed as much as possible. And this format definitely fun to watch and interesting to just learn the card pools well. And I cannot imagine anybody ever organizing this outside of JNet. If you ever organize a tournament like this in real life with physical cards and, you know, do let me know or send pictures or something, because it's going to be fascinating. Because imagine if you, for example, have... Oh, there's a Sandberg, nice. If you have a Maryland campaign and then it gets trashed and then you have to shuffle it. How do you even shuffle it in? Naja 1.0, seeing a bit of play before Eli. Yeah, that is true. I mean, Naja 1.0 was quite decent, but then somebody decided to bring Eli 1.0 back, and it wasn't me. Just saying, even though I really like this card. But yeah, Naja just lost the favor of the masses. And we're reaching that stage where we have people discussing the awfulness or the preference for certain ice pieces in the chat. Please don't fight, people. Be kind to each other. I mean, of course, it's all in fun, I hope. If it's not in jest, then I don't know. We may have to, I don't know, get the mod police in. I'm kidding. Well, anyway, the Corp protecting server 1 here. Hoping for a score, maybe. I mean, the runner has Cabonessa on the table, and that Cabonessa could, for example, just say, wait, with the Heimdall. Well, no, it's not that easy because you have... Well, no, you do have 4 clicks, but if you want to use Cabonessa's ability, you may have to take a brain damage again, and you already have 2, so maybe that's not the best option. But hey, there's a run. Let's see if the Corp has something for 8 credits that could actually make a difference here for that particular situation on the table. And it is a res of Enforcer 1.0. The Corp has to forfeit an agenda, so that was pricey, but this is the, I think this was seen as the HB's answer to Archer, because basically the idea is more or less the same. It's a sentry, it has some strength, and it's cheap to res. It costs an agenda, but it's 1 to res, which is just nothing, and it has 4 painful subroutines, and the most painful one of them is the brain damage here right now, because everything else just doesn't fire. So I think the Corp is trying to just go for brain damage or some sort of a kill. Like, that's the game plan here. And that is a very good point, Jessica. It's trading -1 hand size for 1 brain damage. So the net change is basically none, I would say. But yeah, this 1 brain damage is clicked through, and then we have 2 clicks here. So either the runner decides to click through the end runs, and that's what they do. So they do take the brain damage. So net of 1 net damage, net of 1, sorry, brain damage, net of 1 net damage. But there's a brain damage. So okay, that kind of landed. Architect deployment test, 5 points. This is not looking good for the Corp, and those servers are porous. I mean, I kid you not. If only there was more next eyes in the card pool, right? There was a challenge recently by Johnny Trev, by the lead designer right now at Nisei, for the upcoming cards that I cannot spoil or give you any scoops about just yet. And one of the designs, or one of the ideas tossed around in Twitter, in the public Twitter, so I'm not betraying anything, was around, what was it around? It was something related to brain damage, if I'm not misremembering this, or was it about net damage being? It was about manipulating damage. I wish I remember the details. See, this is just my mind being full of bunnies hopping around and no serious information to share with you. But yeah, if you're curious about Johnny Trev's design challenges, I think you get one every day. So that's not a bad thing at all. Nano etching matrix here. Strengthening the eyes, which is cool. I mean, yeah, sure, if the runner ever decides to install programs that have to interact with that, otherwise they will just click through things. But that sandberg does cost 4 credits to trash, so hey, that's not nothing. And that nano etching matrix can still do something as well. And it's good econ for the Corp, for sure. We have an HQ axis coming up, Nerine 2.0. So another bioroid piece of ice. And the runner floating the tags. Not worrying at all. Not worrying about any traps or anything. And yeah, I mean, with these numbers, it's much easier to hit an agenda than to hit a trap. 6 tags on the runner. 3 brain damage. 1 card in the grip. Yeah, you just go for it. We found the worst bioroid. Nerine 2.0, which is not that good. 6 to res, 4 strength, and it's a code gate. And for 2 clicks you can click through it. But then again, if you have a tower of bioroid eyes, you know, maybe in Architects of Tomorrow that could work. And you have Nerine as the last one, and they actually don't have a code gate, and so on and so forth, and it's very situational. So yeah, it's, I think the key thing in Netrunner games is you need to rely on your game idea or your strategy working out most of the time. And if you don't have reliable ways of pulling it off, then you don't have a deck that functions well. But yeah, Jessica was amused by the terrible formatting, and indeed, I mean, yep, not that good. The runner here kind of playing a dangerous game, and it's kind of exciting to have 5 points and 3 brain damage, and you know, just running with a very small grip here. A 2.0 without a 1.0 irrationally irritates me. I totally do agree. Where is Nerine 1.0? We never had one. How dare you? How dare you have cards that have, like, you know, they don't belong in the right order. As a person with slight OCD as well, yeah, I absolutely agree. Ooh, the Flying Ducks of Lateral Growth. So, gaining 4, installing 1 card, paying the install costs, and then putting a card in server 1. Is it an agenda? I mean, the runner here has a lot of money and still has Cabones's ability, but they may not have, let's put it this way, they may not have the time, or they may not have the speed, basically, to get into the servers here, because those servers slowly keep growing bigger. So the buyers keep slightly multiplying, and the runner here, I don't think we've seen, I mean, yeah, we had 4 programs installed that got trashed and a lot of runs and accesses, and we have 5 points, which is fair enough. But that's it. There hasn't been much action from Cabones's side. And I think it makes a lot of sense. I don't know, for example, I don't know if I would be going for triple SMCs into Rozekis with the money on the table. It would be a bit costly, but then again, you would have the drip economy that you maybe need. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you need more clicks or the money here against this particular sports metal. Double advance in server 1. This is looking like a solid scoring setup. Now, I mean, with 4 pieces of ice, it is much harder to contest that remote if the corp has the resources to res those pieces of ice. Because, for example, if one of them is another enforcer, that's a no-go. If one of them is a bigger Heimdall or anything that's more than 10 credits to res, yeah. I wonder what, Jessica, what you would say if there was, for example, 1.0, 1.5, 2.0, or 0.1 alpha version of a Biorite Ice. It's like, the runner may or may not do this. If they do, please report the bug to the developers. If they don't, you know. I really like conditional ice. So, for example, the Wayland ice, where if you advance it, like Mausolus and Hortem, if you advance it, it gets more options, basically. On like the number of subroutines doesn't change. The strength may or may not change, depending. But like there's a variable number. There's a variable set of subroutine effects. And I really like this. It's a really cool design space, I think, as well, that could be explored in the future. There's just so many different ways of using certain cards. Not so many. Okay, there is a limited number of ways, but they do offer options to the faction that uses them, or to the side that uses them in the game. That I'm really enjoying that particular part, where your card basically offers you multiple options depending on what you decide to do with it. Because there's quite a lot of cards that are basically silver bullets. You know, like a film critic only does what a film critic does, and it's very powerful, but it doesn't offer options. Whereas something as simple as the artist, for example, already offers certain options. Euler and Nanotech. Okay, will the runner be trying to contest server 2 here? I don't know. I mean, could be a 3-pointer in there, might as well. But okay, well, I think they're gonna go in. Do they have a stim hack though? That's the question. No, that's a pure run with 12 credits in the bank, 6 tags. Advanceable eyes with an upper ceiling. That's an interesting idea as well. But I kind of like, you know, like Masvingo with 20 counters on it, or an Ice Wall strength 15. That's, you know, it still has only 1 subroutine, so Ketz is like whatevs. But yeah. The Corp now, 10 credits in the tank, thinking about resing that outermost ice. I leeled an Unres 9 Advanced Colossus yesterday, which was very pleasing. Oh, that hurts. Yeah, yesterday was a great day as well. We had the Aldershot GNK that I participated in. It was loads of fun. I had some really fun games against everybody. I got swept in the first round by the overall winner of the event, so I feel, vindicated or redeemed, or just like, I did my best, or I did what I could with the cards I got against the player that had his own decks and knew exactly what he was doing, and they were good games. Like, getting swept was pleasant. I really enjoy every single game of Netrunner, like I think everybody does. And losing sometimes can be a bit bitter, especially if you, for example, if you qualify and if you play a big event and there's loads of fun and you actually get to be in the top cut and you get to play on the top tables, which is fun, but it's also stressful a bit. And I remember being super stressed for no good reason, because it's a fun game, but just this kind of anxiety of like people accessing my cards and stuff and my hands literally shaking as the corp, or running a Jinteki protected server with some advancements on a card and like, I don't know what it is, it could be a trap and so on. And so yeah, it's all a part of the game, and the excitement is something very, very unique to this game, I think. At least the way I feel about it, and I'm pretty sure some of you could say the same. But yeah, it's just, the more I play, the more fun it gets, and losing or winning is just an outcome. The game is what actually matters the most, and the different fun interactions and the situations and the oohs and the ahs and the surprises and so on. That's where the fun starts. In the meantime, we have Sokka approaching that server with impunity, no reses, so there are still only 2 pieces of ice to be dealt with, and that nanotech, strength 7. So the Enforcer, a bit sad now, and you do have to pay 2 for that, but come on, I mean, that's nothing big. Paying 2 for that Enforcer, not a big deal. We haven't frozen, apologies for that. Yeah. Oh, unlimited advanceable ice makes Leela seem fair. That's a big statement here. So yeah, we have the nanotech breaking the Enforcer, sad Enforcer, not much to enforce. Approaching the Heimdall, no clicks left though, so that Gauss has to do a lot of work. 7. That was expensive, so now let's see what's there. If this is a trap, no, it's a voting machine initiative, and that's game. Okay, runners again. Upper hand in this game. Okay, well, it's tough to be a corp in this meta, I'm telling you. Breaker Break Grid, not a bad card at all. I'm gonna leave the game. We're gonna take a look at the other half of this match. And in the meantime, I'm gonna be keeping an eye out for. Well, maybe we should watch Sanjay later. CTM. Interesting. And I did want to see. I did want to watch a certain particular ID. I don't even remember which one anymore. But yeah. Anyway, let's have them remake the table. We have Agen Fusion versus Cabonessa. For a change, but now Lucifer will get to Caboness around, and we'll see what kind of a Colorado build of Cabonessa on 462 cards we are dealing here with. This format seems heavily runner favored. Indeed, I totally agree. Fighting Walloon, this from what we've seen so far, and from what people in the chat have been talking about, looking at the results and so on, it seems to be runner favored. I don't know if, for example, if in the 4-1 games, so the ones that finish with draws, like if the wins were runners, probably they were runners. But yeah, I mean, looking at the results from the first round, just the points, there was a equal amount of, or more or less equal, balanced amount of sweeps and splits, and the 4-1 games were there as well. Yeah, some runners being able to have great tutoring, like Madame Cabonessa Wu here. Yeah, definitely. Corps don't have the same thing to balance it, and that Agen Fusion is the most popular corp of the day, I think. Let me again just take a quickie look at the meta here. Yeah, we have 5 Palanas. Oh, maybe we should watch a Palana. We have 4 Ag Infusions. We have 11 Carbonesses. Oh yeah, the Professor deck. Right, I wanted to see that, of course. We're gonna take a look at this. Will the Ag Infusion boop? No, they're gonna res a Cortex. Oh, that is a painful face check. Haba. This is just ouch. Ouch. Like, whew. This could be game. I mean, well, not necessarily, obviously, but this does set a certain amount of pressure onto the runner's shoulders, because now you're basically, yeah. Oh no, sorry, this is net damage. What am I? Excusez-moi. I was like brain damage. I thought it was a brainstorm. See, it's getting late. Sorry, but this is painful anyway. I mean, what if you run into a snare? Because this is Jinteki. What was I even thinking about this brain damage? No, of course, it's a Cortex lock. It's just net damage, but it's painful anyway. You lost 4 cards, which you probably don't care about that much in the current situation. I mean, nothing really crucial in there. Maybe that Comet, but meh. Network Exchange, whatever. Fansite, nah. Although it, I mean, Fansite, Artist Colony, of course, if you hit those cards in your stack of bajillions of cards, then yeah, maybe you benefit from that. But other than that, it's okay. You can always drop. And no wonder that the Ag Infusion just didn't boop the runner into a different thing, because now they can keep booping if there's any R&D attempt or any other server, like once per turn you can boop the runner into that Cortex lock with other unrest eyes, and they will have to pay the tax unless they have something on the table that can deal with that Cortex lock. And we can clearly see here that this Cabernet says like, okay, I need to dig in probably for money to play into an SMC, or maybe for an SMC to play into something that's going to deal with the Cortex lock. If only Wu had a way to get a breaker out. Yeah, right. It costs a bit, but I think it's possible, right? I mean, it could work. I mean, there's nanotechs in faction and whatnot. You have SMCs, but I don't know if SMC is a good include in Wu personally. I mean, it's like it's so expensive. It's 2 MU, and then you have to pay. And, nah. In the meantime, still around 25-ish. 5-ish, 6-ish minutes in the round. Yeah, definitely sketchy. I mean, yeah, SMC in this format with this ID, I'm just not so sure. Like, I would probably have to watch several deck building videos by different people who would maybe agree on this point, and then I could have some, more data on this and just decide. Okay, we have a Cuban, but the this is risky. What if it's a second Cortex lock? Or what if it isn't? I don't know. What are the odds? Yeah, they could totally trash some ice and boop them into the Cortex lock. Indeed, I mean, that's a value play. We have In the Groove. In the Groove, which is a lat card. And guess what? You draw cards or you gain money and you keep okay, ooh, this is nice. These are some very decent cards for this meta, I would say. Oh ho ho, look at this boyo. This is a Brahman. This is a Brahman. This is a Brahman. Which, if you don't have any other programs installed, you can still use. I believe. I don't think I'm wrong. I think you can easily use it. It is a bit expensive, but it's kind of balancing the strength boost, which kind of sucks, with the breaking of 2 ice subroutines for 8 credit, which is cool. So very good for low strength ice. Not so good for high strength ice, but that Cortex lock is no longer a huge problem. So I'm guessing there will be some more HQ accesses as soon as the runner gets a bit more econ with the Procon and a bit of extra cards. Upia. Whenever you make a successful run on R&D, you may place 1 power counter and then 3 hosted power counters for 2 clicks. Oh, jeez, this is the card we've been missing in the Chala deck. I have to talk to people. Because, yeah, we had Marathon, we had some other things, but this is cool. You just have to keep running R&D. I mean, this was the problem. Like, Upia requires running, and if you build a non-running deck that just wants to score the Chalice and then maybe finish off with a Notoriety or something, then yeah, you don't need Upias. But it's not that bad, as long as you can get... I have to think about things. There's only one way to check, Jessica, whether a card is useful or not. It's by putting it into a deck and then failing gloriously, or actually coming up with the best deck in the weird meta ever, and then just, you know, getting all the internet glory points for that. But yeah. Again, for those of you tuning in, this is the Giant Deck Tournament. Organized by Sanjay with 20 plus players. I think we're at 24 at this stage, or 22. Well, 20 plus. Who play decks of 400 plus cards, at times 500 plus cards, in this amazing format, which is just so much fun to watch, and you get to see cards you have seen very rarely, if at all. I mean, come on, there was a Windfall. What? Windfall is actually... Imagine playing Windfall in the physical version of this. Shuffle your stack of 460 cards. Treasure top card of your stack, gain X. No, but Windfall is not a bad card at all in this format. It's like, I mean, whatever. For 0, I just get, I don't know, whatever I have there. Biomodel Network. Preventing damage. Noise. This is cool, but the problem is, it only prevents all but 1 net damage for a trash, whereas you have 3 separate pings of damage. So if it was just, you know, okay, take 5 net damage in one go, okay, then you just get 1 net damage. This, well, that DNA tracker, yeah, that DNA tracker would have been lovely to use against that Cortex lock, because that's a single subroutine and then it's just in bulk. Whereas this DNA tracker is like, oh, ping, 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 plus you lose money, so painful. Server 1, I mean, the runner will access, and the corp only has 3 credits. And there's a jacking out. There is a jack out here. There is an unplug. Because you don't want to access a trap there with no cards in hand and the corp on 2 credits. What if it's a June bug? And then the corp just pays a bitsy bit. Oh, June bugs were free? No, they were not free. You had to pay like 1 credit, right? Or they were free. I don't even see, my Netrunner memory is just so bad nowadays. So the Hive Mind knows, and everybody else in the chat probably knows. I just don't remember if Junebug was paid for or not, and I'm not gonna look it up. Let's have my ignorance as another redeeming factor in this mildly entertaining stream, where we have a sub boost. Okay, so that Cortex lock becomes a barrier, which might be important. And it also gets end the run. Sub boost. I mean, have you ever played sub boost on anything ever? I haven't. It's fun watching them res after hitting Enigma. Yeah. Even though Enigma already has an end run on it. Well, is this gonna be a score? Is this gonna be a run? What is it gonna be? Timely public release. Woot woot. With a boat. And the boat was an illustration created by we all know who, Akira. Thank you so much for the boat. In case you're wondering, this is not the official organized play boat for Nisei. It's a bit too small and not luxurious enough. I actually put the blueprints in for the boat while I was on the team for organized play at Nisei. Then I moved to a different team, more virtual in a way, and those plans were unfortunately scrapped. We didn't want to, we didn't want to make that super luxurious 15-deck yacht available for anybody. So now the only boats I can make are paper boats, but that's okay. I can also make paper planes and listen to Mia, which is cool. So hey. So we have points on the corp side. We have 18-ish, if I see this correctly on my little small screen with all the stream previews. We have around 18 minutes left in the round. I'm quickly checking with the Discord just to see what's up there, because maybe some things are happening. Okay. Unfortunately, I think we got news that Isram is gonna be dropping from the tournament, because hey, if you're in Malaysia, chances are it's kind of getting very late for you, or super early. I mean, so yeah, thanks so much Isram for streaming today and for playing the games as well. You can check his Twitch channel, Marzi, or MARZI23, and there are some games from today's tournament. Q coherence chip. Well, it's not bad, but +1 MU when you have things on the table, like the Cortex lock. What is this all about? I'm becoming confused. And actually, this is weird. I mean, unless I'm misreading something, JNet has not updated the memory cost for Brahman and for Upia. Unless they were no, it just doesn't make sense. What is going on? Is the MU counter okay? Because yeah, something is odd here, I have to say. And I hope the players can realize if anything is amiss. That Cortex lock is going away. Oh yeah, sorry, no, everything was actually fine. Sorry, I'm just a silly fool. Yeah. The key coherence is gone because the Upia from that reinforced Cortex lock going away. I was absolutely wrong. Yeah, this is, again, Jessica, you are the heart and soul and the brain of this whole thing. I'm just a silly person that's looking at things and going like, what's going on? And one of the other reasons why I'm enjoying the game a lot, but I'm not very good at it. Or not, it's not about being good. It's just, yeah. I misread situations fairly often, and people who have played against me in different places, they know that I sometimes get a bit scattered. But when I focus, it's laser sharp, and then things happen, like I actually steal agendas or score them. We have a Daredevil, which is a really cool console. It's a very interesting illustration, and it is indeed Cabonessa's signature piece of hardware, so hey, bonus points for style, I would say. The first time you initiate a run on a server protected by 2 or more pieces of ice, each turn draw 2 cards, and R&D does meet that requirement. We have also Deus Ex hitting the table, which is sweet. So extra draw. Have we actually been in a game so far where either the runner or the corp would go below 400 cards? I don't think we have. So you bring this huge deck, and then it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna see, a fifth of it, maybe. Okay, we have a run that's going to trigger that Daredevil. And in the meantime, I'm going to do some clicking around in the background trying to fix something. So if something just explodes now and the stream goes weird, I'm apologizing for this in advance, but I have to fix a thing. Probably went very low now. Fixing it right now. Okay, we should be better now. If you did this in real life, you could do a rule where you RFG all the cards you play after each round. Whoa. I did fade away. I'm sorry, but I'm back. I was just balancing the volumes and whatnot. Because my microphone was a bit too touchy and I had some settings from before this tournament for a different thing. And I realized that you might be getting a lot of background sounds because you don't deserve to be molested by the background sounds where I am right now. For example, me crunching chocolate. All that stuff. Speaking of good things, Strategy University, trash due to meat damage, accessing Pricek, ooh, and a pad factory. I haven't seen any single pads are being produced in Pad Factory. I mean, I don't know. Pad Factory in SSO would be probably overkill, but no. Never mind. Don't listen to me babbling. I was actually thinking in a break when I was. Yeah, I should brand this always be back. Would be, you know, on brand. People would know what to. You won the runner game with notoriety. Congratulations, Akira. Well done. Unless it's a game that you want some other time, which still congratulations. 11 minutes left in this round. I don't think we're gonna see many other games, but it was interesting. It was really interesting. Sports metal from that just happened. Justice for Pat Factory. There is no justice in this game. There is only access or no access. Or maybe you were meaning to say just ice for Pat. You cannot spell justice without. I don't know. It looks like the Corp could actually win this. The runner trying, definitely not for the lack of trying from the runner's side. The runner is doing what they have to be doing, which is passing the Corp and trying to make or something. However, so far, whiffing and accessing different things and not seeing any agendas, not using Cabonessa's ability much, and I'm a bit worried that this is, I mean, you know, there is justice in the game. It's called Scorched Earth. Yeah, but it's no longer legal in standards. It's non-standard justice. There's an Ika. Or an Ika, excuse me. I would pronounce it as Ika because I'm used to this set of letters being pronounced this way, but maybe because Ika. Bad puns. This is what you get for watching a, you know, stream by. Oh yeah, in the meantime, just to let you know, if anybody's interested in joining the stream today and hopping into my virtual studio for co-commentating or just chatting about stuff, or just, you know, generally, this is a very loose tournament, a very, very chill event. We're having fun here with the card pool. We're having fun with the games. You don't have to be super knowledgeable like Jessica about all the cards. But you can just, you know, chill and chat about stuff. You're more than welcome to join me. Just let me know. That can be arranged if you have Discord on your computer. Otherwise, of course, you're more than welcome to just chill at home, have some popcorn, and watch these wacko decks just being weird on screen because they're just... Oh yeah, maybe I should play Tom Jones and get my videos pulled again from you. Not unusual to have weird cards in this deck. Okay, anyway, the game is slowing down here. I don't know if this is the Corp playing for time. I'm kidding, but we're under the 10-minute mark. And I guess it was just the corp deciding, like, what are you gonna do here? Are you gonna try and ruse the runner here? Are you gonna jam and hope that the tracker is gonna be scary enough? Which for now it seems to be. I mean, you know. Then again, what do we know? We know nothing. Because the runner has not enough to break anything. And the Brahman, yeah, the Brahman definitely super expensive in this. To get through that DNA tracker. Crash cards, I mean, you know, you're Vanessa. Crash the biomodel network. You have to be aggressive here. I think runners, the plays we've seen so far, they've been fairly aggressive, and that definitely translates into runner wins. Incredible scenes on table 8. See that Ag Infusion pings me to R&D. I overuse my. Okay, I'm just taking a quick look on Discord just to see what's up there. Okay, we have the little stopover here is basically because we have judge questions. So thank you, Akira, for jumping in. If you're watching if you will be watching the CTZ stream later on, there apparently is a wind falling and an uninstall, which of course is a value of 0 credits. So value play. And I'm pretty sure CTZ is enjoying this format so much because being the young master of the internet or of you know Netrunner in general, it's like there's just so much fun to be had with this form. And yeah, Windfall always pays 0 for events since indeed, and a play cost is not an install cost, so bad. Anyway, equivocation. Okay. Compile. Oof. This is like a barrage. 0 credits though, so the corp is on 5. But compile is huge. Then again, didn't do anything. So Pup. Oh, I miss Pup so much. Pup is one of the cutest cards in the game. Peep peep, basically. So forcing the corp to draw the Pup. Maybe we're gonna see the peep on the table and accessing another card. Unseen. No credits in the runner's bank, and this is really tough. Maybe you don't need a lot of money to run, but you know, even just to trash something, to get some cards out of the way, it's good to have credits. So yeah, double Procon, and let's see where that brings them. On the other side of the table, we have the corp with a double advanced card, advancing again and scoring a 3-pointer, most likely, or maybe a 2-pointer. It's a Pyrrhic. Okay, that's big. That could. Ooh, this is quite something. And I know we have an Ica on the table, or Ika, or Ica. But still, this is good. Anansi, yep. This was a good play. This is corp showing its teeth here and saying, or what mandibles, like you know, spider mandibles. They have something, right? They have those bitey things. So yeah, time to scoop. When you say scoop, what exactly do you mean? Spiders have teeth. Oh yeah. Okay. I'm not so sure. Have you ever seen a spider dentist? Because I haven't heard of spider dentists, and I'm pretty sure that there are dentists. You know, everybody with teeth, you would have a dentist for, right? Anyway, no worries about the Anansi because you have a Deus Ex. Basically, that's what happens here. Because of course, Deus Ex strength 10, so whatever. Anansi being an API, so whatever. That Deus Ex, of course, is going to get trashed. Oh, well, sadly. But at least you approach here and you access with the equivocation. So again, 2 cards. Most likely you can force the corp to. Oh, scoop means concede. You scoop your cards up and go home. But the thing is, how can you scoop up 400 and all those hundreds of cards? It's kind of hard to scoop. TPR, drop ice, boop you into the DNA. Yeah, I mean, That would have been nice. Booping into the DNA. Especially since the runner doesn't have anything on the table or the money to deal with this. They used... Yeah, they got the Deus Ex, which... Yeah, I mean... Okay, the Deus Ex would have been useful against the DNA tracker, but now... Well... Okay. Timely public release, installing, and jacking out from the runner side. So yeah, good play. Akira, are you actually Sokka 234 as well here? Like, what's going on? Are you double playing? Is this your Smurf? Maybe it's not. And again, just to remind anybody who just joined, we are participating as viewers and streamers in the Giant Dick Tournament. The funniest thing you've ever seen in Netrunner ever since... I don't know which card was released, but I don't know. Push Your Luck, maybe? Okay, we have a visual confirmation that Akira is in fact Sokka 234. It's Akira's Smurf account, so just saying. Good art on TPR. Indeed, we were discussing this. Yeah, whoever drew it was probably really good at this game. Of course, I mean it's a boat. Timely public release. Best art in the game about boats ever. Boat runner. Ship runner. Okay. We have some installs. We have the runner slowly reaching the 400 cards mark in their stacks. That kind of shows you how I was going to pull off a BG like how deep is your love, but no, not really. How long this game is going on for, because this is turn 14 and the runner is just digging. Even though you have Cabonessa, you could be doing things. I mean, I am confused. And we don't have that much time left in the game. My timer, again, is a bit off compared to the official timer on the Discord. Because there's still around 3 minutes left in the game. Yeah, 3.5 minutes. So please do not pay attention to my timer. My timer is just kind of approximate. An approximation of time and space, but mostly time. Whereas the official Discord timer for the tournament is run by Sanjay, and it's not synchronized with my timer because I couldn't, get a nuclear clock to run in the background. But yeah, not that many minutes left in this game. It looks like the Corp is gonna win this. 5 points. I mean, and that Anansi, and installing, and the DNA tracker, which is painful, and the runner not finding whatever it is that they're looking for. So yeah. So much for a runner favored meta. No, I'm kidding, of course. It's a runner favored meta. Mostly. But, unusual games happen in unusual format at unusual times. And let's be fair, you have an Upia with a counter on it. Hello. That's not nothing, huh? Quite something. Trying to look at the heap to see if the runner had anything super interesting in there, but well, I mean, oh yeah, the dedicated processor. That's nice. It doesn't unfortunately work with AIs, but still. The runner really in the tank here. I know that my timer reached 0, but nothing as such in the actual timer. There's still several minutes left. We may have Osclade joining, I think. Looks like it. I love tournaments. I love events that are super casual, in which it's like, yeah, okay, we're playing for points and everything, but hey, you can just join any turn, whatever. Because this is definitely one of those events where you just, points are points. Who cares? Like, we're gonna play for fun, and this is fun, or it might be frustrating, I guess. if you have certain plans, but you get to play the purest possible form of Netrunner, which is just you and a ton of cards versus the world. So that Euler, yeah, you want to access server 1, and you're running really low on time now. So that DNA tracker, not cheap, but you do have the money. You do have the 4 credits. It's actually okay. Let's be honest. Compared to other breaks for DNA tracker, okay, cheap enough. 4 credits is passable. Server 1 approached. No further action from the corp. 5 credits in hand. Is that a snare? There's a Latte Anisei. Okay, she was not rest though, so kind of, well, she wouldn't have a good effect. Anyway, so is Latte Anisei gonna get trashed for 2? I don't think so. I mean, it's not really scary current situation. And then, what is the other thing? Oh, looking for just. Oh yeah, sorry. I think there was a misclick. Yeah, this looks like a misclick. They're just gonna pass it, and yeah, because they accessed the Latea, but not the other card. And we're curious about the other card. This card could be an agenda. Pricek. Oh. Things happening. Corp paying. I really think that Cabonessa could have. We've seen the Cabonessa before, and there was like Akira playing Cabonessa was all about getting those Rozekis on the table because econ, and then just using options on the table to do whatever was necessary to win, and that worked. Whereas here we haven't seen. We'll see. Maybe it's a different Cabonessa, but I cannot imagine playing Cabonessa without. Unless there's some sort of a build in this format or some sort of interaction that is cool. Buying an agenda, it's a 0-pointer though, so not good. And that Euler out of the game. The corp purging virus counters. I'm a bit confused. What were the virus counters? Is there any card with a virus? Was there a card in the game that would be purged if virus counters were... Have I missed something? Or was it just a misinterpretation of the UPI account? Is not a virus counter. Power counter. Why does the corp not trash Procon here? Very good question. I don't know what happened now. I mean, maybe this was a misclick. Maybe the... Yeah, I assume this was a misclick. Because that tag and trashing the Procon is totally sealing the deal. Time was called. Okay, yeah, so I think... Yeah. We're gonna be, by the way, the round is officially finished, so we're gonna finish this game, of course, but the next round is gonna start in 15 minutes. Yeah, the stream isn't confused. The purge was my last turn. Okay, okay. Thank you for appreciating the stream being confused. The purge was the last turn of the corp, so yeah, I mean, doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, what's going on? I have no idea what's going on. Oh, this is for fun. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. This okay. This was okay. Time was called. Okay, last turn. Okay. Now I see exactly what happened. This was okay. This was just for fun. But yeah, generally we have the corp winning on time here, so that's a full 3 points. And let's take a quick look at Cobra. Let's take a quick look at Cobra and let's see if all the results have already appeared. Not yet, so runner's still reporting, but I'm not going to be jumping around the tables right now because that would be a bit detrimental to my health and focus. I'm just going to remind you that you are watching the Giant Deck Tournament. And it is also streamed today by CTZ on San Francisco. And also some of the games were streamed by Marzi23, also known as Isram. Basically, I should be saying Isram because it's Marzi backwards, right? And Isram is out of the tournament because he decided to drop because of the time differential between the different time zones. This event, this awesome, glorious, unusual, fun event is organized by Sanjay, who is also one of the people behind the StimHack Online cash refresh format, if I'm not mistaken, because I never played in one. I wanted to play at some point, but they just life got in the way several times, and I dropped because I was like, no, I cannot really do this, and I don't want to disappoint people. So that's Sanjay, basically, and also one of the artists of the artist colony. So yeah, if you like alt arts, Sanjay's alt arts are as unique as this tournament and as special as this tournament. They're quite fun as this tournament as well, just like this tournament today. All the information you can find on Cobra. There's the link on the screen. We have a sponsor today, which is of course not a monetary sponsor, but it's Cats Cafe Comics. CatsCafeComics.com, definitely one of the most wholesome websites in the history of the universe. If you need a pick-me-up or if you just need to chill and just watch some nice drawings and fun animals doing fun things with coffee, I deeply recommend this. And those sponsors are going to be changing, by the way, so I'm going to be putting different websites for different tournaments, unless somebody says like, hey man, this is a good deal, here's like 5,000 credits for you to promote my cool website that sells kitchen appliances. And I'll be super happy about it. We will have a bit of a break. I'm going to be jumping into offline mode for a sec. The round, that's the third one. The third round is going to be starting in some minutes. So not straight away. I'm just going to check on Discord just to make sure. Yeah, we still have 11 minutes, so there's going to be a slight break. What lunch can I do in 11 minutes? I have some ideas about lunches in 11 minutes. I have lunches that you can do actually in 5. I'm not gonna tell you what it is exactly because I need to break myself right now, but I'm gonna pull up the Cobra for you to admire the scores. After those 2 rounds of quality Giant Deck Netrunner, we have Sokka234 in the lead on Agony Fusion and Cabonessa. And then we have Diceborn on Palana and 419. Maybe we should be watching Diceborn in round 3. Anyway, take a look around. I'll see you soon. I'm going to take a short break and come back in a couple of minutes or in a handful of minutes. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you're having a good time. If you see any fancy IDs in that lineup that you would like to see, shout at me in the chat. I'm going to try and spectate those games for you then. Be back in a bit. And we're back. The break is slowly finishing. The pause of 15-ish minutes more for this tournament. Before the third round of the Giant Deck tournament. Organized by Sanjay, speaking of who, we're going to be watching actually Sanjay right now. Because Sanjay is on decks that I would like to see. Of course, we will not be able to say whether those decks are planned, but we will see CTM and the Professor. So, not Cabonessa, which seems to be in the game. And, well, CTM. Probably the flattest deck ever here. And it's gonna be table 8 once they refresh. Get the table set up. Hello, Pink Warrior. Welcome. Welcome to stream. Thank you for joining and thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy this as well. Look, are they setting the tables up? I see some action in the competitive tab. JNet. Not just yet. When they start. In the meantime, as a reminder, other streamers today streaming, watching this. I don't even have. I don't have a clue. I don't think I need one, but could work. Okay, we have Sanjay setting the table up. So. No, there will be a repairing. Happens. Okay. So there will be a repairing. And this is, I mean, this is the thing, you know, when you have a tournament, when you have a very casual tournament, when you have people joining, rejoining, dropping off because it is a fun tournament. You just have, or you just realize that, hey, it's going on and I want to have a deck and I want to play against some people. Fun. Then yeah, we had 10 pairings in the first round, 11 in the second. Now we have 10 again. So this is an ever-changing meta. Usual the repairings went up. We're gonna have. Are we gonna? Oh no! I think Sanjay just. Oh, I think Sanjay just dropped his spot for somebody else. Oh, I was looking forward to seeing Sanjay play. Okay, sound is not good now. Okay, well that's maybe me not working properly with the microphone that I have here. But I think Sanjay just tournament as the organizer, of course, you have the right to do so because you want to pair up other people so they have fun. But this is a bit sad. We have a bunch of new pairings then. Well, okay, I mean that doesn't break the game for us or the tournament. It's gonna be a bit sad because I was really looking forward to seeing the Professor and CTM in action. Should have connected earlier on. So yeah, I'm just looking at the pairings here, and I'll try to somebody with IDs that we haven't seen yet. There's Diceborn, Polana and 419. There's a Gagarin for. I think we're gonna watch Internet on Gagarin and 419. That's gonna be interesting. Although paired with Cam Hooligan, Ned jogging on his Marian map. Trying to choose. So many Cabonessas. Okay, I think it will be hard to. Okay, let's watch Diceborn. Let's watch Diceborn. There's about 4 performing here, one way or another. Please do let me know if the sound is not working well, because like I said, I had technical issues earlier on, and I'm still working on them, and I have to set things up Maybe a bit better. I do usually try before every stream to check if everything's fine, but then of course things, technical issues. Just okay. I see Akira's gonna face CTZ, so that's gonna be on stream as well. Remember, CTZ is streaming today as well. Spot. Trying to spot Diceborn. Diceborn. Stable 1. Stable 10. Different. Oh, maybe it's good night. Okay, sorry. Yeah, they already started. Whoa! Switch to. We have a Palana. Okay, here we are. This is the game. Actually, it's okay. I was already on stream, so we've seen the Cabonesa. There's a Rozeki already on the table. And good night. Good night. Very nicely spelled here. On Palana, and also 419. And I'm really curious about the 419. I'm really curious about the performance of 419. In the meantime, Palana building a huge server of immense size. So not only is this a giant deck tournament, it's also a giant remote tournament apparently all of a sudden. Playing around a bit with this rescaling, but I just that you can watch in the piece wherever you watch. Okay, we have a lookup for defense construct. Such a cute, great playmat back in the day. Very cyber much fun visually. Ability. Add one face down card from archive stage. Each advanced token on defense construct. This ability only during round. It's like a Jackson Howard, but different. And plus, it's an upgrade, so it's an advanceable, which is. Sanjay, I'm going to send you. Absolutely, I'm going to send. Right, so we can chat. We're gonna have you on the stream. Yes, please set it up. I'm setting up very, 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 very quickly. I'm gonna have questions. Okay. We have a res. This is a clairvoyant monitor. This is interesting. Nice to be in the game and see this Palana do things because unusual. Hey there, how are you? Hey there, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. I'm just gonna watch via the stream. Hey, I'm good. Oh no, that's gonna be bad, isn't it?
I can hear the echo, so if you mute it, maybe it's gonna work.
Okay, yeah. So yeah.
So you can hear me okay? Yeah, I assume
I can hear you okay. So I might be a little bit slow in terms of reacting to stuff.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I was actually going to. We have a code replicator in that remote here, which is because you can make them trash. You can trash it and so on and so forth. People know how the code replicator works. But I was just going to ask you questions because this game is probably going to last a bit. Like,
absolutely.
How did you come up with this format? Because it's absolutely bonkers in the nicest way possible, and it's just entertaining to watch. What brought you to this idea?
Oh, somebody recently, I actually don't know who they are, and I should reach out to them to thank them. Had posted a Titan list on um, Netrunner DB. Put the link in the chat. Actually, they posted a link that just was the most recent iteration of the largest deck possible, and think we got talking about it in the Boswash channel about big decks and stuff like that. And I'd always enjoyed 99 card max and like big deck max because when you have more cards in your deck and you see more different cards, it's exciting. So we realized that we kind of came to the idea that it's too samey if you just play the very biggest deck, which as Corp you have to do out of Wayland. So that's how I kind of came up with the restriction that you just have to build. You don't have to build the biggest deck. You just have to build the biggest deck for your ID. We decided to. We were talking about how it's a shame that the professor rotated because the professor. It's not actually good to build the biggest deck possible because it's less consistent. But the professor can build the biggest runner deck possible, and so we said, it's a shame he rotated, and so the one way in which the two ways in which this format is different are the mini factions are banned and the professor is unrotated. So that's kind of how the format came about.
And you are actually you were playing because this is a very casual, relaxed tournament with people dropping in and out because of timing and. But you are actually you build this professor deck. You have it. How many cards is it?
Professor deck is I think 520 deck, 20 cards.
Okay, because I do have my I do have my collection behind me in a box, and I was kind of thinking of trying to put it together physically, but I realized it would be a bit too much for a Sunday afternoon. I'm like, maybe let's leave it for my retirement year.
I think also building it is tough, but then eventually you have to cards again.
I see. So
if you want to find your third copy of Fairy and there's one in your random professor deck, I think you'd probably be pretty sad. Incidentally, Clairvoyant Monitor Rezzed over here has been very good. Just the fact that it is sort of an end the run subroutine is pretty big because it's a little bit harder for runners to be consistent here, and just saying end the run can be pretty powerful.
Yeah.
It's a spicy subroutine. I really enjoy it. It's a shame that it doesn't see more play, but just the numbers on it are bad. And I think that's so. Initially, we had just made big decks, and we're playing. A few of us were just playing in JNet casual against random people, and we were actually enjoying them. We were getting we weren't winning very many games, but we were having a good time, and so we figured, hey, if we play against each other, then a big deck is guaranteed to win each one of these games. So that's the other. That's why we did a tournament rather than and just because we've really been enjoying it.
Yeah, I was going to ask you as well because we were earlier on during the first two rounds. There was a discussion in the chat a bit as well, and curious about the numbers. Have you tried crunching the numbers or like the stats? The amount of other types of cards in the corp deck, or how consistent can this form? Noticed any?
Sure. So one of the things, because just needing to get enough cards, your deck ends up having interesting because you are the corp decks could be bigger based on the number of corp cards that exist, but you have to include a certain number of agendas to have your deck be a certain size, and corps run out of agendas before they run out of legal cards. So you see a bunch of sketchy cards in these corp decks, but there's a bunch of even more sketchy cards that aren't even being included because they're the bottom of the bottom of the bottom of the barrel. So corps do have the luxury of excluding some cards. That being said, you do end up, even if you're playing a sort of glacier strategy, you end up with a bunch of random assets. And I'm playing a CTM deck, and I certainly have a lot more ice than is usual for a CTM deck. But after you put in all the assets that you actually want, you'd rather have an owl than basically blank asset maybe.
I understand. And yeah, I mean, we were. I think everybody was really looking forward to seeing the professor on stream as well. So, do you think there will be a chance of you playing in the next round, or not really?
Yeah, I'm gonna play if there's a if there's an even number of people. I'm just dropping dropping in and out based on not so that there's no buy.
Yep.
Yeah. I have to say the Professor deck has not been doing well. I have both games I was very light on econ, and it's hard to do anything with all those fun programs. I played it a bunch, and I have had games that have gone well, but today is not my day so far. Alexis in the stream was asking, is the runner super favored? So far, no. So far, it's been a little bit of a corp meta, actually. I haven't crunched the numbers, but just from entering tournament results, it seems like corps are winning a little bit more than the runners, because both the corps and the runners have big issues in consistency, and sometimes out some agendas and set up your econ going such that the runner can't disrupt it very easily.
Could you repeat that last sentence, because I think you cut off for a second? Sometimes lost the out.
Note to stream: he has a spider. I wonder what that means. Real life?
I don't know. Maybe it's about an Anansi. Well, anyway, okay. So you're saying maybe. You're saying that because from what we've seen and the discussion in the chat was mostly geared towards like, okay, runners actually being powerful, especially powerful, like winning more games at least on stream because of, well, I mean, Cabonesa's Wu, for example, ability here is great with this meta. It's, you just get Rozekis on the table or whatever it is that you need at a particular moment, and then you are able to actually do runs and access things. So it seems that Cabonesa is the most popular ID in the tournament. The corps are a bit more evened out. Like there are a few Beckies, there are a few Hasbiroids, but it's very mixed, which is interesting. But on the runner side, it's like 11 Cabonesas in the initial group. So what do you think that Cabonesa is favored in this as a runner, or I mean it's just?
I think she is absolutely. I think she's the strongest runner ID far. I think Max is probably up there, but I don't think she's quite as good as Cabonesa. Both of them are great because like things like getting an early Rozeki and getting a free card every turn, that means you're not going to be the biggest. I think the two big issues for runners is that they don't have the density of econ cards to be very rich very frequently, and they can get locked out. And Cabonesa Wu, by getting Rozekis and by finding her breakers, can mitigate both those issues. In terms of whether she's favored versus most corps, I'm not sure. I am a little worried in terms of just like this format about her relative power level. We had played a bunch of games with her before we did the tournament, and she was very good, but not so good we thought we would ban her, but it's a concern. It's hard to get enough data for these tournaments because you have to play a lot of games before you really see how everything can play out.
Absolutely. And I mean, speaking of which, do you think there will be a next one after this at some point?
I'd love to do another one. It seems like most people are having a good time, so that's the main issue. I think one of the things about this format is it's inherently swingy and kind of random. I think your ability to come up with solutions definitely and your skill at playing the game definitely comes into play, but the game's have a lot of variants. Somebody in chat, I wish I had known who said called this jazz Netrunner because you're just improvising all the notes. But I would love to do another event like this. I think people have been really great about having a nice, having a appropriately casual attitude. I'm glad people have had a chance to play Cabanessa Wu in this format because it's certainly exciting ability to click to search through a stack of 400 cards. We might think about not having her for the next tournament.
Ooh, okay. That will be definitely interesting for the people who are relying for basically half the group today of people playing. And that was another thing that I found really cool about this tournament because, like, okay, this is a very particular format. It has its characteristics, like you mentioned, the swinginess, the need to improvise as you go, the inconsistency, and so on.
Nice.
And this, I mean, we still have over 20 players, which is super cool, and I'm very happy that there's so many people because I find it really different and original and fun to observe. I mean, you learn. We had cards that people haven't seen in so long or have never seen, because there are just some things that go into the binder and they just wouldn't come out ever for tournaments. So this is really fun.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's pretty fun about this format is that there's a lot. They've printed a lot of cards that are decent, but you would never play because why would you play the? An example is what is the name of is Niffer. It's Null's Fractor, and pretty serviceable. It's one to break. You have to sort of ooh. Those are some good agendas there. You have to jump through a few hoops to get up to strength, but it's a pretty good barrier breaker. But you would never put it in your deck because it's just not as efficient as some other breakers that exist. But you have it in your hand, and your first corroder might be 200 cards down. All of a sudden, you start thinking about, hey, how do I make the most out of the fact that I have this Niffer in hand? And that's I really enjoy that aspect of it. And like you said, like there's a lot of cards that are certainly good, but they're not good enough to make a 45 card deck. And a lot of those cards are fun to play. Like I got in my last game, I got to play a bunch of Pad Factory, bluffing shenanigans where you put something in a server, advance it with Pad Factory, and runner jumps on it because they don't know if that's an agenda or not. And the fact is that's not a consistent enough thing to build your corp around. But if you have a Pad Factory and you have some free ice, go for it. Yeah, it's kind of what I love most about this format.
I mean, that definitely opens up different strategies or different approaches to the way basically the game flows as well. Because that's another thing I've been thinking about early, mid, and late game. In this format, it's mostly about the agenda points rather than the cards you've seen, because there's just so many of them. I don't think there has been a single game where we've seen the runner or the corp, maybe the corp, but like definitely not the runner go below 400. So basically, you get to play with a reasonably sized deck. I mean, sorry, you will see 40-ish cards maybe throughout the game, but you will not see so many cards. So yeah, this is definitely. Okay, I'm just checking with the chat. Okay, oh yeah, we had a kill with Pad Factory thanks to Kino and Builder of Nations. That's nasty.
I love the card. I think in some ways the format also feels a bit like Draft or a Cube, where which also has that same thing where you might prefer Corroder, but you weren't able to draft a Corroder. So it's the same thing, except instead of drafting, you're just drawing cards from the entire card pool from the top of your deck.
Okay, well, I mean,
I'm interested about. The thing I'm curious about is I think Shapers have some reason why they might be better even independently of Cabinessa Wu, they certainly have a bunch of more searching through your deck effects. Though it'd be interesting if Cabinessa Wu was not legal, whether we'd have quite as many shapers in our tournament right now. Because right now we have, I think, 14 shapers and only 2 criminals and 9 anarchs. It'd be interesting to know whether that diversity that would be different if I mean, criminal is very fun to play in this format. You have a bunch of weird tricks. They can't play around them. They don't know what tricks you could have.
Yeah, one of the reasons why we're actually following this game, because I mean this matchup is kind of I mean it's popular in this current tournament because a lot of Cabonessas around, and the Palana is second most. It's one of the popular corps here alongside with Agin. But on the flip side, we have actually 419, and we have yet. So that's what. How does 419? Who is this ID is one of the IDs. It is probably the criminal to plays in standard, and quite interesting. It's going to be interesting how it performs. It does have an annoying ability, and I mean this is the same thing with Palana definitely time, and Agin Fusion as well, very useful. Even if you have eyes that you don't need, it gives you something. Definitely see where that choice is coming from. Okay,
I agree.
Yeah. Jumping back. Oh, sorry, go on. Yeah, go on.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say. We have a bit of a lag. No worries. Go on.
I think looks like the corp is in pretty rough shape. That $15 on Kadi when there's 27 in the runner score area is very rough. In terms of what has to offer, I think it's I think that their best bet is probably to rake them through the coals into server 1 and R&D a few times, but that's going to be hard to do all that without giving up 2 agenda points.
Yeah, the runner definitely, I mean, 50 credits in the bank, but on the other hand, you don't really have that many tools in the Euler and Cabonessa's abilities. With those stacked ice towers, it could be hard. Although on the other hand, of course, the corp is only on a 14.
Yeah, I guess there's also the question of how patient does Saka 234 want to be, because so far, because they've been able to stop those early scores, because they've been able to stop these early scores, they're not under a lot of pressure to get baited into expensive runs. And right now, the server 1 isn't that even that expensive. So they can kind of sit back. Oh, question from Pink Warrior. Have I thought about what this format would look like in Eternal? That's a fascinating question. One potential complication of Eternal is just because there's more cards, runner decks are going to be much bigger. So they'd be even more inconsistent, I think. Though we'd also get more economy cards rotated in. That'd be interesting. I haven't played any of that.
I'm just a bit worried. I mean, that of course I'm kidding partially, but what is the biggest stress test one can do on JNet with the size of the deck and so? I mean, of course, it's just code, but still, you have like 900 or 800 plus cards in play in a way, and that is, let's say, organized, counted, shuffled, or whatever. It is a temporary database for that particular game. So, how does the platform deal with it? That's the question.
Yeah, I think so. I talked a little bit with the JNet devs about this, and they weren't specifically concerned about just the large size of decks. So I think I have cautioned our players to via the streams rather than just on JNet proper, because I think some people have been seeing their screens go black pretty easily and having trouble joining in games if there's a lot of people in there. One thing that is exciting is that because you play so many weird cards in this format, um, in playing these decks, I've been able to submit new bug reports and things like that, which apparently, even though it's more work for them, the JNet devs say they appreciate that because they want to fix all the problems. But there's some bugs that we've discovered that understandably had not been dealt with before.
Are you going to tell me that actually Berg bugs are going to be useful now? No. I mean, there's just so many cards that could potentially be broken because they were just never popular.
Well, there's in this format, there's cards that you draw that you've never played before, but you look at it and you say, I think this has potential. And then there's cards that you draw, and even though it's in your hand and all you have to do is play its install cost and you get it, it's not even worth the click to install it.
We have a Hail Mary run here with 44 credits in the bank, a bunch of breakers on the table. That nanotech is powerful now, strength 5 running, and this could be game. Although
yeah, four agendas, 4 accesses, pretty good.
Yeah.
And theoretically, if Goodnight has a bunch of agendas stuck in, ooh, wow. So Goodnight is certainly indicating that don't have a bunch of agendas in HQ to go Counter-Strike once this run is over. So that's also pretty rough for them, because one of the things that's tough for and can be a little bit unfun with this format is that if the corp is disadvantaged enough to only draw a few agendas in their first 30 some cards, they're going to have a tough time. And that is an unfortunate thing that sometimes gets rolled. It's certainly a feature of regular Netrunner, but it can be magnified here because instead of your first agenda being in the top 10, or your first agenda is 10 cards down, instead your first agenda is 50 cards down. That can be bad.
Definitely, there's a probability that in the first, also the 40 cards you see in the game, 30 are agendas. It is possible. To the game direction.
It can just magnify that core problem of Netrunner in general, and that's unfortunate. Looks like we got plenty of time left on the round. That's good.
Oh, whoa, that's still not the game. Okay. So. I'm not. I'm not really betting on the corp turning the game around here, unfortunately.
Oh, I think the fact that they didn't have the money or the agendas to Counter-Strike here, though 28 isn't really that low. It just looks low relative to the 50 credits that Cabanessa used to have. It does look like some of those Woo breakers were temporarily installed, so it's, I guess, she doesn't have her full rig still, so that's kind of good.
Quite curious to see decks being published after. That's another thing that was up earlier games. You can have slightly different builds, or even with exactly the same build, you can have totally different strategies depending on the situation on the board. For example, with a runner like Cabonessa, where you actually get to pick the right card for the moment. So, for example, we've seen on there was a Cabonessa that wasn't really using the ability. That didn't really work well, so you have to capitalize on what you have here on the table. And this is why I also think like 419 is going to be very interesting to see, because like you mentioned earlier, criminals have a lot of nasty cards, and the corp will have to be very careful. Here it's like the runner is completely control. Next game, I'm curious if the runner can also put maybe not that kind of, because here Cabonessa that one agenda out, but it's probably going to be a bit more of a denial game.
Yeah, I'm curious to know how Osaka is going to play it, because certainly the 419 exposability is in some ways really exciting, because you just have no idea what these cards are, and even getting a clue as to what's going on with the face downs is pretty valuable. But at the same time, you might not care as much because you have a bunch of cards that you're not particularly enamored with. So I'm interested to know how often 419 gets the extra credit. And certainly in this format, the corpse can get pretty poor. So losing a credit every turn can be kind of painful. That said, I guess 419 in standard has a sort of perfect has a credit denial plan that involves, you play a Mina, and you play what's that current that all the money?
You can have corporate grants. Some builds
Corporate,
you use mining accidents and stuff like that. Yeah.
You have your mining accidents, you have your diversion of funds, and if you draw those in this game, then you're not even allowed to play mining accident, because it would make your deck smaller. We did one of the things for this tournament, because it's a little tricky to make sure that your deck is legal. We did have, if the first time you figure out your deck is illegal, as long as everything was in you weren't trying to pull one over on anyone, it's a warning, rather than, I think in most tournaments it would be a game loss. We did have one runner who had an APOC in their deck. Give them a warning.
Because like you mentioned, many faction cards are banned in general.
No, mini faction cards are not banned. The reason APOC is not allowed is because it's a 3 influence card. And so if you're spending 3 influence on one card, you can't make your deck as big.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason that mini facts themselves are banned is just because they have such a pool. I was worried they wouldn't play like a giant deck runner. Though that decision was actually done without testing, so we'll have to see. We'll have to play some games with a big deck, how enjoyable it is. Neutral cards that they'd be forced to play. Yeah, and poor Apex. Yeah, they would be playing a lot of neutral resources that they would not care about.
Yeah, and the thing is, Apex would probably suffer a lot. On the other hand, the moment you hit an assimilator, then you go both ways. But
yeah,
getting a copy of assimilator in cards.
I haven't figured out exactly how big an Apex deck is in this format. And actually, that's on me, because I probably should have figured out what these mini faction decks are, because I worried that they'd just be way too efficient. But if they're just good, then I probably should have let them in.
I'm just wondering. I mean, maybe Adam would be directives with the right choice of directives. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm really curious about expanding this, or exploring new ideas in it.
Poor Apex has to play 3 Armitage code busting. That's rude.
Anyway, we have a good point from Pink Warrior. At least the cards Apex doesn't want, they can, you can once per turn. Yeah, that is true. But yeah, Assimilator, Apex, that value, but you have that part of getting the right card at the right time might be.
Occasionally, people would be talking about strategies for their deck, and they would mention a specific card that they wanted to draw, and that's just not how this format works. You cannot build around any card, and to some extent, that's what is powerful about Cabanessa Wu, that she can. Ooh, we have a cold read. That nice econ card there.
We also have a
cold read, especially funny with Cabanessa Wu, because if those programs are going in the trash anyway.
We also have a 6-ice server, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, and that's been installed while the wait, no, is that resource installed? Is that the one that makes things cost more? Is that the one that prevents net damage?
Oh, you mean the biomodel network? That's for the net damage.
Oh, okay. There's a resource I forget the name of that. It's a paper resource that increases the cost to install ice, and it's a card that doesn't get played very often, but it's pretty decent. It can cost a lot. Problem with it is that criminals have better tools and shapers aren't very good at credit denial.
Is sorry, Penrose. Is this game, is that a winning agenda?
It's like Apex decks. Oh, wow, political. Looks like Apex decks are a mere 184 cards.
That's fairly consistent. I mean, compared to 100,
Yeah.
450, that's
I'd have to play this.
I have Pink Warrior saying, I've actually made a 90 card Woo deck when I heard about this tournament and have been surprised at how good and yeah, 90 cards versus 450. Dig with a matrix.
I know
yeah, go on.
99 card max. It's pretty decent. You don't have as many inconsistency issues as you'd think you might.
Yeah, I mean, Max burning through cards fast enough for Roy. Increase deck size. Could work. I can totally see it working.
That beach party would have been nice versus the Harvester.
Yeah.
I think losing the click is too much of a accept. Oh no, there's 15 on Kadi. I didn't notice that.
I just had to weird way, and because of the yes, purging virus count, but they're not.
Oh, you got to purge. Oh,
there is a political dealings on that server 1, which means if the corp is able to res it, it's a very good card in agenda. On the other hand, if the runner, well, the runner is fairly poor now with, so the caddy has a good.
Honor certainly has what they need, which is that they have R&D and the scoring remote are taxing now, so that they can actually meaningfully put dents in Cabanessa Wu's credit total. So it's still going to be a big uphill battle because they have to take Cabanessa Wu through the coals so many times to make 3 separate scoring windows, probably, unless they score Vanity Project, which is, of course, a little bit more efficient.
Catty being definitely turned 25, by the way, so
that's a full 75 credits if you do it turn 1. Oh, interesting.
true.
Oh, fascinating. Here, right? Corp can't keep resing that. Oh, that's quite good. I'm a little disappointed that we haven't really gotten to see this mirror getting a lot of value. I was excited when that came down.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Oh, and
not.
there's a side. I guess they can jack out. There's any you got to stay in here restrictions. I wonder if they're talking that out right now. Looks like we have some game results elsewhere. CTZ sweeps his round versus extremely adept giant deck builder Akira, who she's been um, really helpful in terms of putting in the games to. I'd like to especially credit Internet Alex and Akira for getting into this tournament early and being excited about it early, so that um, yeah,
It's always good to have the smallest of teams way kind of working together on something because it also builds the hype. And I think personally, from my experience, like there's always more satisfaction from getting something together with a group.
I can plug a tournament that I'm not actually involved in. In the is Alexis, and she's putting on in I think is it a week from now?
The
She's
Identity
putting on an
Crisis.
Identity Crisis tournament
Yeah.
where you build your deck in one faction and then you switch. You build your deck in one ID, and then you can switch it to any other ID in the same side, so runner to runner, and you and your deck only has to be legal in that original. Oh, so that's the game. Improved protein source. Um, I forgot about that agenda. What a delight. Um, Jackie's agenda suite is so charming. In this format, in Identity Crisis, you have to. So, for instance, you could build legal Kentenma deck, and then you say, okay, actually, this is not a Kentenma deck; it's a kit deck. You have a bunch of cards in with a Shaper ID, um, and there's a bunch of gross stuff you can do it. There's a bunch of powerful stuff you can do with it. There's a bunch of cute stuff you can do with it. I think there's a lot of um, exciting things to build. And this is a format that I think Alexis has done before, so she knows what she's doing a little bit more than I did when I started this tournament. So look into that if you like alternate deck building tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, for sure.
Exciting versus Egg Infusion, love it.
For sure, the Identity Crisis. It sounds very different, and definitely curious to see what people are. Again, it taps into an area which usually is not being explored, which is basically okay. You have a standard deck, but then what if it was? What if the idea actually had a different? That could swing. But here, the 419, I don't know. I mean, what's your bet? Do you think 419 is gonna push the core to the brink, or?
I'm rooting for, and I think everyone who came in with Cabanessa Wu, I'm glad they did because I do think it's a pretty fun ID. But I'm just rooting for everybody who's not on Wu. Uh, so I want to see 419 pull this out. Yeah. Um, ooh, Pad Factory, one of my favorite cards. I love it.
Oh
So,
wow!
wow, wow, that's incredible.
A great card to have when your credit pool is 0 credits.
Wow, that's what a start. Right. So some people were suggesting that they also make CI legal this tournament because they can have even more cards put in their hand, but looks like CI is legal. Um, Cerebral Imaging, the runner over here. Your maximum hand size is equal to the number of credits in your credit pool.
I wonder if this 419 is get up to like 100 credits with 100 cards in their hand.
If they get 488 credits, they can hold all those cards.
We have, yeah, as this person is saying in the chat, we have 419 going for the max hand size trophy. Is there a trophy for that? Probably not, right? No.
The only thing I'm tracking so far is how much money people make with Windfall. So far, somebody made 5 credits. I made 1 credit, and most people made 0 credits.
There was this important question about this. Basically, Windfall, does Windfall take into account the play cost of it? No, it's only.
Yeah.
It's 0. So
disappointing. It's pretty good. This is a unique format where people, getting a little risky versus Jinteki.
Yeah.
Did he show him that?
Yeah, it was exposed. Yeah.
I actually forget which mode of DreamNet is off when you don't have enough link. The card drawing is on and the credits are off. Is that right?
Yeah, if you don't have enough, you always draw a card and then you might be gaining money if you have.
Pretty good. Especially against Jinteki. One of the things with this format is that theoretically there's so many cards that you want to play around, but the chance that they actually have the card in hand or the card on top of your deck that you're playing around is so low. At the same time, you're not very rewarded for playing around stuff usually. And so that is very challenging. You can kind of make guesses about what's on the table because they're acting in a certain way. But like for right now, should Goodnight play around Snare? Maybe, but the chance that there's a snare in as the top card of R&D right now is very low.
It is very. Really worried that
card that has impressed me this tournament.
Yeah,
this format because that's ability is on more often than you would expect in a normal Netrunner game.
I'm pretty worried about the
bigger and bigger thanks to Dadiana Shakan.
Wait, there we go.
Another great ice, just saying, end the run. I really like Rainbow in this format. It feels very fair. Oh, 1 second. I have a judge call. Hi.
Stream. I'm just a bit worried about here, like the hand size. Okay, you do have 6 credits, but you're not growing up, and this is Jinteki. Of course, like Sanjay mentioned, chances of a snare in 440 plus cards, not that high, but it does exist, and the corp does have. If I was the 419 player here, I would. We'll see. This is a card that, of course, inspired the name. From Scotland. Back in the day, I hope. If it was back. Why is a raven like? I don't even know the reference. If you know the reference, let me know. Also, I think Saturday's audio. Troubleshoot this. My fault. Very, very good card. Get those much needed credits in. Goes the right. Don't. So yeah. It's from Alice in Wonderland. Ooh. I read Alice in Wonderland twice. Once. Decent, very decent, because you draw into quite a few cards. Okay, so far 419 here on a good setup. The corp, not bad either. I mean, I have multiple worried we're gonna screen estate. Make sure that I don't miss any action on the far reaches of this table, but maybe that's not the case. Again, Bat Factory. An interesting. I don't know. Saves you money, but it costs you to res, and then of course the runner can run. So well, it is included because of.
Hello again.
So
What did I
welcome back.
miss?
Well,
I had
basically,
a player who had only now realized that deck was a little bit illegal because they had some 2 influence cards in it, and I told them, all right, fix it, and yeah. Um, I think in retrospect, I would have liked to have given more support to people to make sure their decks are legal at the beginning of the tournament, but because that didn't happen, I wanted to be extra forgiving for that kind of thing.
makes perfect sense, and I assume like if there's a second edition posting sort of like this is the core for, let's say, Caponessa, the core for could have. What's gonna happen now? Viral.
Oh, maybe something exciting?
Yeah, that's gonna viral weaponization.
Oh,
Ooh.
no!
Brutal. Brutal. Wow.
Oh, wow.
11. Yeah.
Oh, those are some. I don't know what else got. Those are some good cards.
Yeah.
Oh, a fairy. Window.
Sneaker beta would be big here as well.
Yeah, Window's a good example of a card that even in this format, you don't install it because it literally doesn't do anything. What a great card.
That was some value viral weaponization right there. I mean, 11 damage. Wow. But the runners, I mean, the runner seems to be well set up here. That little little engine. With that engine on the table with the class act and with the backbiter, and then you have the Diana as well. So yeah, this is. The only problem is you cannot really.
Yeah. Well, when they had 8 cards in hand, they could have just used their face, but now that's a little harder. Jinteki Ice Suite is that a lot of those ice just let you through. I'm so sad to see that Sneak Door Beta gone. That would have been great.
Yeah, but there are still 2 copies in the deck somewhere.
Not true. They lost the window, so if one's at the very bottom of the deck, they can't get it.
Is another viral?
Oh my goodness, that would be. It can't be. Oh wow, these are some good agendas they're scoring.
Yeah. Corp is doing pretty well here. It's not getting a lot of aggression from.
Yeah, 8 cards in hand and a decent amount of money should. Oh wow, they're drawing 2 cards of their first successful run. That's great, and they get to hold them all. Wow. I know that the corp is winning, but this is. And the chance of Saka having a Kamainu is pretty low. Of course, one thing is that Jinteki actually can play. Ag Fusion has 8 influence to spare if they're on Obokata Protocol, so they can have 2 brainstorms if they want.
We've seen a Cortex Deluxe the other game doing quite a bit of damage. I confused it initially with the brain damage. No, that would be quite brutal. High stakes.
Yeah. Oh wow, so exciting.
Ooh, you were mentioning Kamainu, yeah.
Okay, well, that's fine. Um, no worries. Lets you on through.
If this is a trap,
Ooh, we lost some good cards again. And Assault would have been quite nice.
it's a Ben Musashi. But it doesn't do anything because there are no agendas. I
He leaves Ben Musashi. That's exciting.
think they didn't have the credit. Like, so, I
Just
don't know.
three, I think.
Again, I mean,
Yeah.
you could always pop the bankroll.
Yeah. Notably, if Goodnight goes down to 0 credits, they will get the repercussions of Dadiana Shakan, who was so helpful to 409 early in the game, but will come to collect their debts if they're wronged. Great card.
Expecting the actually, or the runner just, yeah, just getting into trouble here with those spiky pieces of ice, because that is definitely a possibility. If you have a lot of credits in this build, if you access the wrong card at the wrong time, you're just gonna die to net. Server 4 getting reinforced.
Interestingly, right now with the DreamNet and the John Masanori, they can steal an agenda through Ben Musashi and a Kamainu, which is very cute. I don't think that's going to come up now that there's 2 ice on that server, but that would have been funny. And certainly when you have 17 credits, Theophilus Bagbiter, and oh, cool, Plant Assault. What's going to happen? 6 drop. Wow. Oof. All right. Well, I guess that the stakes are too high. That's a game over.
Oh yeah, flatline. There we go. That's a
Oof.
Cobra, and that's the game right there. Whoa. Okay, so that was all in or out, and
Oh,
the
that's
runner.
bad because that high 6 job would have landed if they just had a few more credits.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that 419 deck was kind of humming. It's a shame that things just happened to roll a little bit, unfortunately, but I was impressed by how it did. I guess I can enter these results. That was 2-0 for Saka, yeah?
Yeah, I think it was. Two as completely internet.
Yeah, yeah.
Both Malik Gagarin. That was
Yeah, I want to see the Gagarin deck.
and I'm really sorry for the for the nature of my screen. I can probably, but all the remotes, yeah, they're just gonna. Yes, it's gonna be horizontal.
Wow. The thing I love about Gagarin is that you get all these weird cards in this format, and you just don't want the runner to touch them. I think I already said that. Sorry for repeating myself.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's why I'm playing CTM today.
So you mentioned that your professor was not doing quite well. How did the CM go?
CTM was going quite swimmingly both games. I really enjoy that deck. Both games felt good. Um, wow, Ngolo.
How do we have? Nice to see a dead 419. Sorry, good night. Those things happen.
Well, one thing that's nice about this format is that 419 is the plucky underdog instead of the format boogeyman.
But if you have 2 credits, you're safe.
Oh, cool. Paying one to access a Moombot virtual tour is a quite rude experience. Oh, I didn't even notice there's a door-to-door out. That's hilarious.
There indeed.
Wow. Yes, Vanessa Wu has a link, so that's not that impressive, but with all this money, and just got res. Oh, is that the guy who just gets advancements and you can put them on something?
Begins
You
phase 1.
can
Yeah.
take his advancements, put them somewhere else.
It's good for
Yeah.
not about like the SSO deck for first scored one of my
It's so good in this format.
game. Getting in.
They should. I mean, it's a lot of money to get in there, though.
We have no idea what's on the.
And I guess they're also constrained on Mew, so that's a very exciting thing. I agree with that comment by Disperse. Installing Bagbiter turn 1 is really in the spirit of this tournament. I agree more. Got some more match results. I'm going to be a little mum while I enter them.
Yeah, no, please take your time. I mean, you are the organizer. Probably narrate could be will be the last if that server is holding. Oof, that's an Orion and cool almost by getting on 2 credits, but that is gonna be painful.
Yeah, that's ooh, and it gets to res some. That's great. Love Orion.
I believe the second sub is very relevant for Hackhead. Thanks, Anson Rose.
Wow. Oh, so because of Anka, internet can still score it.
Yeah.
Wow. Incredible.
But that Ngolo is not good. Ngolo is gonna actually.
Oh, so okay,
one.
so they can keep. Oh wait, so they can still get in, right? Yeah. Oh, but they have to lose everything. Wow. Netrunner is cool.
That's an end. Probably game. And
But they have the they have the pad. Oh, so they have the pad campaign. So that what we were talking about wasn't actually as relevant as I thought. Oh well. Oh, you don't have a lot of time left in the round. Okay, 2 minutes in it.
if you feel like you have to go in TO, no worries.
Okay. I think I might need to.
Nasty. There we go. What is going?
Is it what agenda is this?
Merger. That's a good one.
Hilarious.
Oh, there's still no. Oh, this game. Here. Points. Force. Force in blue. Blue some. With a World Tour and CityWorks project Res, sorry. This is spicy. But on the other side, we have God of War, and that's a very nifty. Vigil as a console. Okay. And floating 12 tags, but that's, yeah. Against Wayland, chances are those tags could. But again, deck side. Hard pull you're shoving into the deck to kill for this. Probably disabling. Well, it's now in the bin. I wonder. Kind of to say training late in the game, mid game. The CityWorks project is getting bored. Sanjay, thank you so much for joining us, by the way. Of course, I mean, Sanjay just jumped out if you heard the little bleep, because as a tournament organizer, well, you have to organize a tournament, and with 10 tables or more, it can get quite busy times, especially during the end of the round, especially in a tournament where chances are games are going to go to time. But yeah, this Blue Sun, 12 tags on. However, Sanjay just called time in the round, so yeah. That's not really that important. My chances are not gonna. We'll see. It'll be quite interesting to see this getting turned around by the runner by scoring, let's say, 6 points right now. Double City project in a deck of. No, and with a single access, of course, obviously. That was just, teasing you. 3 clicks to go, no credits in pool. I don't know. With the 8. Ooh, what? Political graffiti! Oh, this is nasty. How many political graffitis can you play, though? You have 3? Is this about getting, like, a draw? Okay, so that's a -1. So the corp is on 4 points. I mean, well, yeah, okay, that's game then. Okay. Session, okay, game over. Round done. That was the last game. I'm gonna quickly do a switcheroo here again. So that was quite something. I totally agree. A bit of music for you. The last round is gonna be starting soon, and I'll be back to commentate on it. Well, maybe we're gonna see Sanjay. If we have Sanjay in the player group, now we're definitely gonna spectate Professor NCM in play. Curious about those decks. Let's see how this is going to take out. And I'm going to be back in a minute or 2. and the pairings are up. You can already see them on screen. We're going to try and see if we can join table 10, where we have Osclate versus Sanjay. So Laura versus Sanjay. If I remember, yeah, Osclate is... All right, well, never. Names aren't important, but they're fine with this. Names, of course, are important, but they're fine with this. So we're going to be seeing... we're going to be seeing the Professor in action. Are you psyched? Because I am. I mean, this is going to be CTM versus the Professor. Is this a mirror match? Is this something that's happening? Also, why is the political graffiti on the screen? I have no idea. Let's not worry about it. Let's just highlight maybe the Professor. Okay, so the Professor, the unsung hero of the Shaper kind. Things are working in weird ways. Anyway, woohoo! Yeah, this is going to be Professor. The first copy of each program in this deck does not count against your influence limit. So good! And then you have one influence. So bad! I mean, whoever came up with this idea. Well, anyway. I miss the Professor. I mean, you know, Procon and whatnot, this is a cool card, but I wish the Professor was kind of remade in a way, or I don't know, maybe he became the Dean, not Dean Lister, but I don't know, like, I don't know, the PhD, like a younger version of the Professor, I don't know, like some sort of a remake of the Professor. It's a cool idea, and of course, it played really well into the whole academic theme of the Shapers. You know, imagine a university full of people. So academia, just saying. So yeah, the Professor, awesome. Versus CT. I'm really wondering if Oscar here is on actually Sanjay's decks as well. And it doesn't really matter that much. Because, hey, fun. But yeah, I'm probably quite stuffed with remote things. Things that you have remotely remembered from your game. Different versions of the deck. And not only from the blasts from the past of NBN. But yeah, not had a good Professor since Faust went, but totally should still be legal just because it's fun to play. I totally agree, Pink Warrior. Professor should be, you know, come back. Bring Professor never did anything wrong. That's basically my line of pushing for the Professor here. So yeah, we're on, the round's on, everything's on. Again, do not worry about the timer that you see on the screen. I mean, I have it there for orientational purposes, more or less. But the round started at 19 past the hour on my side of things. Yeah, we're more. And we had a mulligan, Sanjay. So we have the NBN confidently keeping the Corp hand here. Oscillate, definitely. Whatever, I have all the cards I need and more. 470 cards. This stack is 515, 5 in hand, which means 520 cards. Oh no, the round. I have to refresh because we're waiting, of course. Just because. And okay, we're still waiting. So the timer already kind of. One person is missing their opponent. So this is, I mean, that's the thing. Of course, when you're the TO, you have to take into account other people's needs because you're organizing this for more than just yourself, obviously. And as a person that has organized a small handful of online events by now, it really is very rewarding. So again, like if you think it's hard to organize an online event, start small, have a GNK with like 8 people. If you manage to do so, like, you know, just say, hey, this is the limit, 8 people only and whatever. And definitely there are many different approaches to this. It doesn't have to be of course it's easy. You can just or just organize something super small. Okay, the timer was restarted, so I'm gonna start a small thing, don't worry too much, see how things work, see how things don't work. I learned a ton after my first event with the way I want to sure that things are organized and pass this information to people. Of course, I am not the most proficient organizer, but I learned a lot and I'm trying to get better at this, and it definitely worked out for my benefit. So by all means, organize something, stream it or don't. It's not necessary, not at all. It makes it entertaining for other people. Or live, do it. We have an early access with an RNG key. Wahaha. Assassin. So yeah, RNG key. The first time you make a run on HP, you may name a number. If you do, and that's 3, fortunately, didn't really Assassin's Creed 7, and that's a cool. What's your bet? What are you betting on? I'm not betting, but like, who do you see as the winner here? The professor with all the mighty power of programs, not counting against it, or NBN, the controlling the corp that's going to tag you out. And it's an interesting interaction for sure, because tags, you can probably float them because they as much, but then again, this is NBN, so now RNG key actually hits the assassin again for 7, and that's drawing 2 cards. Very nice. Very nice hit. Early premiere. Yep, that's an asset I haven't seen in quite a while. Turn begins, you may pay 1. If you do place 1 token on a advance in a server. Not a bad card at all. Sanjay didn't trash it, of course, because you don't want to land it. Cassie String. First time a success on a remote ends, you may place 1 power. When Cassie String 4 more power counters added to your score area as an agenda word. Perfect for playing in CPM, which is probably gonna have a lot of remotes, and you will be able to probably get the Cassie String in 4 turns, 5 including the end. Run turn up because it only fires once per turn. First time. We want the professor to win, but PM will likely win. And yeah, I wonder what the odds are on numbers for RNG a deck this big. Very good point, Pink Warrior. I have no idea. Again, this was already mentioned by Sanjay during this round. I'm so happy we could share it. We had some sound issues, but hey, I hope you got the gist of everything. It didn't really make sense to try and troubleshoot it because we were in the heat of thing, and I didn't want to put additional strain on Sanjay trying to figure something out. Tournament itself. So yeah, getting the math right, or basically just getting the numbers and the stats and figuring out what the meta shaped like, with all these possibilities on the table, it's not an easy thing, because imagine if for every card that like the Cassie, not the Cassie String, RNG key, or things like running with, I don't know, 10 counters on your turning wheel. What are the odds, and so on and so forth. All the math that we are kind of used to calculating at the backs of our heads, if we're good players or if we're focused players. SSL, ooh. I mean, good for the professor, yay! But kind of good for the corp as well, because that's all. But yeah, figuring out those maths that we are used to figure out could be very hard. I mean, it's, you cannot just say, oh yeah, I'm just going to multiply this by the number of cards that are in the deck. You have to take different. Early premiere, doing things. Early premiering into probably an agenda here. 3 point. That's a Escalate Vitriol with a guy that looks like a person from Jonah James. Gain 1 for. That's not bad at all. This person in the card is probably Bex Gleason, although I'm not sure if Bex Gleason was at least looking at the visuals here. Was it the person was it the male looking person with cyber fingers, or was Bex Gleason NBN worker who email? I'm not sure. I mean, never mind. This is the lore of Netrunner is vast and this is going to be a trash and earth. Probably we don't. At the end, we're putting tokens on the. And I think the Cassie String. We have Raz on the CSR campaign. So this is an interesting situation here. Because the corp is getting a draw, they get an opportunity to actually fast advance with the early premiere. The professor not in a situation here. Crash it, not get tapped. Although I think that server 3 could be. It's a priority. It is a priority. So additional production 4 HP and that first. By now, what is this? It's a loot box. One of the most recent cards, and the run on phase 2, which the run, but it's gonna be an end run. Yeah, because you don't want to. That's an interesting question. I mean, does the second subroutine solve here? No, actually, excuse me. Sanjay did pay 2. My fault. Crap. Interact with it. Or anything else that breaks subroutine. Sanjay trying to get into R&D here to make this. Again, that early premiere staying on the table, but the Kazi string loaded up. It seems it has to be organized, like managed manually. This is the 4th round, by the way, of the Giant Deck tournament that we had the pleasure of organizer of a round ago, several minutes ago, and it's a fun event, and I'm very happy that we get to see this has been done. We haven't. That will happen. You know, there were other streams as well, so you can totally visit either those that we have, or again, this is looking intimidating. I hope that Professor finds a 3-pointer. Yep. Well, Professor would need for sure. With that hand size, you probably like you're not gonna run it. Being 4 hours of Netrunner with a break. How is everybody doing in the chat, by the way? I mean, hope you're all doing fine. We have a res, which is that assassin that got wild. But that's actually ganked. Crashed. Ganked. I'm gonna show it to you later. Basically ganked. You can trash it. Where's the runner? Again, so that's X. I don't know if it's that important to. In the meantime, we have a special offer, which is a card. It's top the Corp Games get extra credit for pricing something. Sad thing is, it doesn't stop the runner from getting. Could be making Corp if there's an agenda somewhere. Get another counter in Kasi string. Oh, should we? I'm not the TO here, so they forgot. Oh, okay. Wow, that's it. Whoa. So the Kazi string triggers because of the run. Of course, there's never one. That was the thing. And re-education for 3 points. Whoa. The professor is OP. Please ban, nerf, whatever. Wow, that was. Yeah, there was a Keegan lane on the HQ. Nasty. That was. Look at this. The professor, the mighty professor with all the cards ever used exactly one. So much stuff here that would have been nasty. Gold farmer, yeah. The assassin could have been painful. Those were decent plays. The was like Osprey here just definitely unlucky with the access. What are the odds of? There are certain odds. There is a certain mathematical equation. But yeah, getting those 2 3-pointers by the runner so early in the game. The professor just 13 cards from the. Well, let's see if this is going to be a mirror match. Nope. There's. Hey. Maybe it's a different. We'll see in a few. Nothing nasty. Grown up adult. That was this was a good game. I wish we had the opportunity. But you want to play to win. Cards. Meantime, this is a big max deck as well. Almost 510. It is fine. Never mind. Hunter. Hunter seems to be a popular. Max against and yeah, this probably has. What isn't survive? Plan B. Ooh. You don't want to trash. Plan B is so good. Maybe you trash it, but don't. It's good to know that it's there, and when it starts getting advanced, then you try. Interesting. I mean, Plan B is one of those cards I remember wanting to make work in a deck, and back in the. I'm not saying I'm a. Ooh, scarcity of. Might not be a huge thing for Max because probably you have there as well, hopefully, perhaps. But it's a current. Because Shaper has so many restricted cards that they're smaller. They have smaller. General that is not the professor. Yeah, I mean. Sanjay mentioning about many Apex will. Definitely a way smaller number than the 400 plus so far. Yeah, I mean that could even at the like Apex's ability. Okay, Windfall, crushing the sure gamble, which that's 0 credit, so this is a low scoring Windfall, sadly. I wonder if there's anybody playing. I mean, as a criminal, you have. Okay, well, CM is not happy to see active as me. That's a very strong counterplay in this. Something coming into server 1. Getting rid of the plan B. So that could be an agenda, but you only have 3 minutes. What's the story here? What's the play? This is corner side. Poking R&D for a single access. Drawing a card from Masanori, the farthest Bay blogger, so to speak, line ever. I mean, that card is just so. I don't know, the flavor text when I said, I was like, what? Symmetrical visage. So you have a baby and you have John Masanori. I wonder if they're related somehow. They do have a similar hairstyle. Maybe the baby on symmetrical visage is a very young John. You have John Masanori, big-ish, muscular physique. To quote a certain very famous interview video that I love to pick. Look at the muscularity. Another current hitting the table, which is the algorithm. As an additional cost to see, must pay 2. That's good. I wonder how much play Windfall would have seen if you didn't need to shuffle. I don't know if certain waves could be. Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, no idea. I mean, if Windfall gave you the cost of the card, like the play cost or the install cost, for fun in X maybe. I mean, it is a zero card. Will give you some credits. Hope wouldn't be playing any zero cost. No, server 1 in the meantime, Sanjay going down to 0 credits, but getting a corporate sales team. So that's a solid play. Gonna get some trickling in, but now your H is wide open. And then again, if you're playing this way, chances are you don't have. I don't know. I mean, up to 8 here. NHQ may. Special offer, so you just still have them. That's a very cool, very useful piece of ice here because you actually get your credit pool a bit healthier. And now I'm wondering, have we seen a short gamble or hedge fund trade the whole day? I don't think in any of the 4 rounds we've seen staple cards being played. Maybe they got discarded or something. Anybody on the stream remember hedge fund gamble? I'm not so sure that we can gamble on. Maybe we have to hedge our bets. And anyway, bad late day punt side. Looking good for the corp, although let's remember what happened last game or the previous game in this match. Access is so everyone looking a bit better. There's a bit of money on the table. There are remotes. Where's the runner? Well, unless you have a scrubber and an imp, but you have 0 credits. Do you want to risk? You don't. So you run out a card. The important part here to remember is that so imp can do a bit of damage here, basically. And there we go. There's a better citizen. Right, because the current in play. See, this is the part where we're realizing what's going on. Current stops the run from right, Reality 3D. Whoa, it's been a while. So this is super thematic. I mean, you have Max here on Reality 3D, and then you have Max here going like, yeah, that's me. So cool. Bonus points for style. Archive is getting an upgrade. No idea what this could be. Going for that Reality 3D, but there's a Sandberg. Oh yeah, because the runner getting a tag here that they can still use it up. There are good resources on has enough to make some happen. The archivist, but it's not. Rubber could be used for value. No, they float the tag, so now or where spend some money on resources. That's going to make it painful for more than just. But now we get a draw. Here goes the scrubber. Don't want this. Okay, so the corp going rather for drawing up their side. There is an agenda in archive. It does cost credits. I'm pretty sure that the better system this turn. Oh no, that's even better. That's the second copy of Activist in 100 cards. Impressive, impressive. Stealing that agenda, accessing increased drop rates that get rezzed. Add one bad pup. Probably this. Yep. Bad pup going away. Ah, I mean, taking into account that you have very decent political group. See? Well, see what we have here. This is hard-hitting news. Nasty. And let's be honest. Game 5. No econ to counteract unless there's some sort of a magical trick here. Of course, this could also be the corp trying to slow the runner down by just forcing him to deal with the threat of overly losing resources. But we don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Sanjay playing this definite pressure for money. And Max's average 45 deck. Not a situation I would envy if I was Osprey here. Nupkiri. Okay, so you want to power that imp up, and you want to use that imp. Bad things to do. Which is okay, you trash it. Okay, you're gonna go the multiple tag route. That's it. I mean, maybe there's some worse waiting the wings. And totally hands into deal with the cards you get. Play with the card. Okay, we're losing the symmetric flash because drawing. Everyone gets a single card and interesting, depending on what we do here. Okay, we have a red. That is a conundrum. Oof. Bigger sibling of Enigma. Ghost image of it could be made out in the of his BMI. He hoped never. Scary stuff. Crashing install program. To click if able and done. 8 credits and only 4 strength, but it's so hey turtles, we're looking at you. But then again, yeah, it's not that great. Vanilla, oh well. Value vanilla. Value vanilla. And this is not looking so good for Max here. On the other hand, the corp is down to 0 credits. So that vanilla was pretty clutch, I would say. Wireless Net Pavilion. Oh! Okay, that's making things more expensive for the corp. That was a very good play. 7 tags are still painful, but crashing some credits. This being a unique. It is unique according to the game mechanic. So we still have. I mean, this is the second game of the round already, but we still have over half an hour. A lot of time. AKD. On the other hand, yeah, with 7 tags, you cannot spend many turns waiting for. Here comes a chisel. The vanilla. That's harsh, but then the hunter doesn't do much other than land another tag, which 7 tags. Max doesn't really do much about. For branding team. That's points for the runner. That's the precursor to vanilla, which was Wall of Static back in the day. The most basic of barriers ever, still functional. Of course, you could say, well, paper clips, laughing in, but it's a decent. The art is beautiful. Plus, I remember reading this card, the flavor on it, getting the first cool. And all those years later, we actually had. Okay. Paperclip have on the table against the vanillas, and because you have the money to do so. No, it's only paperclip windbreak. There's an eater. There's the amount of cards basically in the heap a bit too big for my screen. Peace in our time, very important. The money. Hippo hitting the table. This could be big. This puts the corp basically. Yeah, if there are bin breakers in play and kind with an IPO and 4. Dirty Laundry archives out. Running any. Yeah, that wall of static is not looking safe at all. The hunter is not doing much. Server 4 has some as well. And the conundrum holding. Again, I'm not gonna check the heap. Let's see what's gonna happen. Near 3 for the win. Sanjay a bit further away from those 7 points. Corp's victory. Peter hitting the table, so that hippo is suddenly becoming annoying. Here we have a subtyping code, which is a barrier, and this thing you could potentially paperclip table now. Not a bad idea. Don't leave the board that 12 tags on Mac. Yeah, here comes the paperclip. That self-adapting wall. Not the best piece of ice ever because much. Accessing a ghost branch. That's a tag. Oh, ghost branch. We haven't seen you in a while. Probably don't even trust it because there's no reason to risk another tag because you already have it. Server 1 getting additional protection and a card in there. Great. I think Max's line of play, is probably that could even though it's 7 against in general because which is the could break it with, but that's 5 plus. Yeah, that's 8 credits to running into. Probably that's. Oh no, we have. That is an IP block, which means guess what? Firing it. Masanori, additional tags. Yeah, and the game might become quite problematic if you have more tags than credits, obviously. On the other hand, that wireless net pavilion is doing a bit of work because Corp keeps low on credits here. The remaining Masanori runs putting. Now I realized. Imagine a psychographics deal here. That would be not bad for the Corp. Max is getting to that magical 400 card range here, but I don't think we're gonna see. So it would be quite epic going on. The corp quite well set up, so low on money, but then indeed an agenda. Is audio dropping? I don't know. I mean, I hope the audio is quite okay. And if the audio is dropping and if you cannot hear me babbling all the time incessantly, do let me know in the chat. NGO front and server 4. That's resed. Because of this meeting, a random card is hitting the archives. That NGO front is. Nope. If you had 16 tags on a runner and you were playing CTM with 445 cards in the day. Taking a quick look at Discord. RNG hitting the table here. Might be useful for Silver one in the meantime getting double. Randy getting extra protection. 2 credits left in bank though. That's not good out. Because the runner does have a paperclip on the table, so IP block on server. I don't know what you could res. Okay, another IP block, but still, like the runner can break both of the. Or yeah, that's probably what's gonna. More tags for the. Might use a hippo if okay, NGO. Oh, okay, that's the play. NGO front, yeah, and ooh, flare. Flare the Mal. Flare with a trace 6. If successful, trash 1 piece of hardware. Damage can end the run. But Eater doing eatery things, and then no access was used with the hippo. That was a good choice here. I think. No idea what's R&D, but that's unimportant. That flare would have been very painful. Because you lose. Well, okay, no, basically the 2 meat damage, which might knock cards out of your hand. Holding on to. Ending the run. Breaking every. Tag set to 20 because why not? And then accessing cards. Red herrings. Trigger attacks and then. Fortune to John Masanori drawing your card, but it's a Pyrrhic. That's game. That's game if the runner will have the money. Get there. Red herrings. Okay, red herrings. This is interesting. Will the this Pyrrhic here? I don't think that. I think the runner's got it. That flare res. That was the runner. Unless I'm running. 21 tags. Audio isn't so good. Oh shoot. Well, okay. That's problematic. Sorry. We have Osclade with Max winning here. Turn 19 with, well, quite a lot of time spent getting those credits up to be able to do certain things, but it worked out. Very good game. The Pyrrhic stolen. And I'm just going to very quickly take a short break just to see what's going on with the audio here, because I did fix things. So, jump into the mixer and see. As much as I babble on incessantly about things, I just want to make sure that you can probably hear me a bit better. So I just have to make sure that the recording devices are set properly. What's going on? All the way down. That's bad. Hello.
Somebody else in stream?
Let me just check, because I was just troubleshooting some technical issues. No, it's just the two of us. I'm gonna be jumping to a different game now, if you don't mind. But yeah, I mean, this was really cool. Like the professor game was quite something.
Yeah, it was really fun. I really enjoyed that NBN game. I think there was a lot of give and take. I'm sure there was some correct choice with that tech startup that was better than NGO Front. I just didn't know what it was. NGO tech startup overwhelms me.
Yeah, and then that flare res was quite. I mean, it was either this or well, losing the game, I guess, because it was an important thing. But then the hippo really messed it up. That was the problem with the eater. Yeah,
I didn't think that through.
Oh yeah, you know, it was a tough game. It was quite exciting to watch, and yeah, it was good. CTM is quite interesting in this format. Right now, I
like it a lot. I think NBN has a lot of tag punishments. So if you play enough of, so in general, they can ignore your tags like Laura was doing, but can't totally. And I just had a little bit of bad luck not to find anything that punished her. I think it certainly wasn't. I think the professor didn't. I don't think I even installed any faction programs. That's a shame.
Yeah, I think you only had RNG key on the table when it comes to programs in general.
That's the only breaker you need, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's the best of breakers. Right now, if you want to join, I jumped into, I think it's table 5 or 4. It's TSG, Star Wars, and Scum Hooligan. If you want to see
the top table, right?
I have no idea what number
no,
they
maybe
are.
not. No, there's a few tables above that.
They table 4. Yeah, they're table 4.
Okay. Yeah, it's exciting. We've had some very consistent performances. Sokka has 18 prestige. Internet has 15.
Yeah.
Really cool. Look at a lot of good stuff going on here.
Yeah.
Red CSR campaign. That's exciting. Technician team that clearly has done some good work already.
Yeah, that server is gearing up to be hard for Cabonessa, but then again, you know, let's see, 15 credits.
A card installed there. A
few
of them, actually.
Sadly, only 2 agenda points, but
yeah, that's a lot of agendas in the score area for only 2 points.
Yeah.
A water monopoly? Love it. Love it. In the trash. I wonder if that got installed and trashed, or oh yeah, it did. Hyoba Research Facility, because that would have been pretty good with Upa Yoga.
Yeah. Oh, we have pipeline on the table. Whoa.
Oh, you work with what you have.
Yeah, that's one of the givens in this format.
Yeah, and I guess if that dedicated technician team keeps putting ice on this server, then maybe Pipeline's inner benefit might actually come into play.
Yep.
It is just like Gordian Blade. in some respects. Absolutely delightful ice for Nisei Division.
The Upayoga?
Yeah, just so such good numbers on it.
Yeah.
Um, it's weird that they're not firing the other one because Upayoga does Upayoga's own subroutine
Yeah.
with it, but maybe they don't know that. That's fine. I'm not here to correct them. Um, yeah, Upayoga is kind of weird in that way because most cards that resolve a subroutine on a piece of ice say other.
Okay, the runner can still get in. I mean, that wall of static is not gonna stop a runner with so much money and an SMC on board, so... So digging for a Gauss. Fair enough.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. And now here comes...
How have you been doing? Do you play much Shaper? I wonder what your thoughts are on the new Shaper breakers.
You mean Gauss, Euler, and Penrose?
Yeah. There's a lot to think about.
I think they're very nice because they make me think a bit. There used to be that suite of breakers, Shaper breakers, that relied on your MU not being taken, and then you would have basically more strength based on free MU. It was Savant, it was Sage, I think, and one more. I don't remember. And I really liked them because, I mean, they weren't really that good in general, but I always tried to make them work, like with mem strips and whatnot. And they were fun to try for casual play. But these are like the new breakers are a bit kind of similar because they have this special ability or they get pumped a bit or something. And they're, well, I mean, I like them because they're cheap, and then they become maybe a bit more expensive, but they're actually quite good.
Yeah. I'm impressed with the design. I think they're hard to use optimally. I haven't put in the time, but I've seen some impressive like Haley decks and stuff like that that are putting them to good use.
Yeah, I mean, Euler Simul chip is really nice. Like you can just, if you can recur Euler and you have Pelangi and you can just turn things into code gates, it's like having Yogg 0.0, but like a better way. Yeah.
I think Yogg 0.0 is a lot less terrifying when you only get to do it for one turn unless you do more work.
Okay, we have a remake here. So that will fire, and let's see if the side game... Okay, well, winning the side game on the runner side, and then Flower Sermon. Okay, that's big.
Ooh, that card.
Yeah,
Fun to play.
quite a lot of people
are pretty cheap.
Yeah, and I think quite a lot of people are kind of divided on its... I mean, I've seen it being used to terrible effect against runners, and it's like... It's super strong. I've heard opinions that the 5 counters is a bit of an overkill. Like maybe if it had 2, or maybe... if it was only like once... Oh yeah, it is once per turn, excuse me. But yeah, basically 5 counters on this card for some people is just a bit too much. But I mean,
you really get to use them very freely. It's to see that in the most recent, or maybe second most recent Iberian lockdown event, Flower Sermon was banned. I think felt like I must have missed the deck, but I get people might feel very frustrated because it totally ruins your centrals access for a while.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, with the meta being set up for Iberian Lockdown, basically the top 4 players get to decide what their hate cards are in a way, and they get to remove 2 of each, and that's quite interesting because different people vote on different things. Now in the upcoming one, we're not gonna have Kakugos, SSLs, a bunch of interesting things. No Stargate, for example, no hard hitting news. Although yeah, so it's gonna be quite fun to see what people come up with because they will be playing standard decks, but without certain key cards for some of them.
It's been a fun tournament. If people in the chat don't know about it, they should definitely check it out. In lockdown.
I can share the link with you later, or actually look it up right now. Oh.
Gauss has been a little degaussed here. Wow. It looks like I think Vesper is going to get a link to the format that we're talking about.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna drop it into the chat. Indeed.
And Ramen Rai actually gets res. That's exciting. I wasn't sure if that was just an install to beta run or Ramen Rai is going to get used. Ramen Rai is pretty close to being worth the click to install him.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what value we can eke out of this guy. With Ramen Rai in terms of making sure this sort of like recursive ability isn't too pushed, and in doing so, they ended up making a card that doesn't really get much play, which is a shame because it's of Jinteki's ability to just like swippy swap everything. It's what's so cool about Flower Sermon. It's what's great about Thimble Rig, and Ramen Rai is another swippy swappy move stuff around card, and it's a shame people don't get to use them.
Yeah.
And interesting that CSR campaign is going because that mitigates or that makes Ramen Rai more exciting, I guess. Is that true?
Because you draw 1 card, but do you draw them? Oh yeah, well, I mean, you draw first the CSR.
Anytime you draw a card, you can do it.
But it's once per turn, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mushin Notion.
Yeah.
One thing about Mushin Notion is that you have so many agendas in your deck, and how many advanceable traps you have. Do not need to. Most people do not take very seriously these traps.
Yeah.
Just got word that Sokka swept his last round, which meant that they swept their last round, which meant they went undefeated this tournament. That's incredible.
That's nice. That's some really good playing, and I would say luck here as a factor probably also getting in the way as well.
Definitely. Yeah, but you see some real I should talk to them about how they feel about Cabanessa Wu's car.
Yeah, if we have the time, if Sokka's interested, it would be cool to get everybody on stream here to talk a bit about the experience as well. That would be cool.
Yeah, definitely. Should
I'm gonna. Yeah. So yeah, in the meantime, I'm asking Sokka if we're gonna have a chat, and
you get there.
Yeah, I mean it's purely optional. Oh, where? Okay.
I remember. Oh, you were streaming some of the fight night, and
Yeah.
you're having some tech issues, and it was Alexis and I forgot the other person, but they were so good at they were like
Like
broadcaster level.
like sports commentators. Yeah, no. So it was Alexis and
Yeah,
Thomas
it was
or
so
Cluster
good.
Fox. Yeah. I was really glad to have them on
Okay,
board. Yeah, because I had some technical issues. I was like, geez, I hope people are just gonna stick around. Unfortunately, we had very good commentators here, so that was really good. I'm very grateful to them.
Really impressive.
Yeah.
Really rise to the occasion there. I was a little just yeah. This makes me feel better as organizing this online tournament that the players themselves are aware of the time in the round.
Yeah, helps a lot.
Certainly very sporting of Star Wars that they're sharing that information and not just using it secretly. I think limited time rounds are an inevitable part of the tournament structure, but nobody likes them.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody likes having to cut games short.
You've been quite active organizing things online already, right? I mean, this is not your first online tournament.
Oh, this is not my first online tournament. This is actually my first real-time sort of online tournament. I've done before Cash Refresh, and that was actually on the StimHack Online Cash Refresh tournaments.
Yeah.
Those players have a week to finish their games, so those are actually untimed, and I don't need to worry about bathroom breaks or getting things moving or anything like that, which is kind of nice. And everyone was very great, so I think things went decently smoothly. Oh wow!
Yeah.
We get a priority requisition, and what is going to get res? Do we see? Oh, a free Anansi.
Yeah, that's brutal.
Wow.
And I think we have Sokka with us in the room, but maybe I don't know. We're gonna wait until this game is over. I guess I don't know. Let's think about it. Oh no, actually, just if you can just join in. Yeah, I'm gonna shut up and I'm gonna let you two talk about this because you are.
No, you probably have better questions anyway. But
questions. Oh, I have to prepare some now. Give me a second. No. Well, maybe the chat will have questions, but yeah, Sokka, if you're with us and it seems you are in the room, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, you're here. Okay, perfect. Great. Good to hear as well.
What do you want to be called? Do you want us to call you Sokka?
I
don't know.
William's my name.
William, okay.
Congratulations. Incredible performance. Tell us about how your day went.
This is crazy. I think I really enjoy this format, although I've only played it, today. I played one game with my corp deck yesterday, not a single game with my runner. The thing about this is that there wasn't too many. Well, there wasn't too many deck building choices in runner. There was cards to cut in corp, which I agonized over for a while. But I think that the format's really fun to play because there's so many. You're put in different situations and you just have to figure out what to do from that situation. Like I had, I think in round 3, my corp deck, I started the game with a vulnerability audit and a improved protein source in hand.
Oh yeah.
So I started the game with 6 points in hand, and I won that game with both of those cards still in hand.
Yeah, I think that was against me. We did a very good job of sort of diverting my attention and draining my resources to make that happen. Yeah, that was nice.
It was good. I think Egg Infusion was by far, I think, the easier one of my 2 decks. Just the ice, right? Every ice is a good piece of ice. You get something rezzed, you bounce them.
Sure, yeah.
And I think Cabanessa, you have access to all your programs, and which means that I think coming into today, I was thinking, before even having played the Cabanessa, I was thinking, well, maybe I just I mulligan for an econ card, I get it or I don't. I just sit there and click for credits, and then I can use my ID to get what I need. And I think against you, Sanjay, I didn't do that in the first round, and I did draw, and then that just solidified my thinking that drawing is a bad idea because I just drew a bunch of bad cards.
Yeah. I felt like actually seeing I think your play against me versus your play in some of these other games, like you really like you were crushing them, and I thought our game was like kind of close, and that's an interesting observation that you sort of like had a strategic adjustment.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to want to draw cards because that's what you do in normal constructed, and that's what I did against you, and I think like it just lost me a bunch of tempo drawing bad cards, and like sometimes you draw sometimes you draw a good one, but if in the cases where you don't, you just want to click for credits.
That makes sense. How do you feel about Cabanessa Wu in this format?
I think it shouldn't be in the format.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't think Cavanessa should be in here. I made note of a bunch of all the cards of all the programs that are just good. Like if I in my opening hand, which I didn't today, but if I in my opening hand I have like something like a stim hack or a flame out, like something like that, then I can start the game with Rozekis, and I think that's pretty game ending. But other than that, like Cabanessa, I can search for. I've got 3 copies of three copies of Cuban, right? And that's
Sure, yeah.
a one-turn Magnum Opus. I think you guys saw me do that on stream a little bit, where
Yeah.
if the corp was low on credits, I'd just search for a Cuban and run their ice.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. But the thing about it is that you also have on-demand R&D pressure, so that's equivocation and Yashia. So that's 6 copies of a card to pressure R&D with, and it's only a click and one to install with Cabanessa. And then Euler, Gauss, Chameleon are all really good. Duzax is all really good.
Which is, I guess, way powerful. Which is certainly much more powerful than what most other runners are capable of doing in this format.
Yeah, I think I did play a game with Max yesterday, and with Max I was able to like tempo was amazing. I drew a bunch of good cards. You draw a card at the start of your turn, you get a bunch of money, and then I just lost the game because I couldn't find a Koge Breaker. So yeah, that's what pushed me to Cabanessa. I was playing with Thomas. That's Star Wars TSG Star Wars is also in the tournament. He's playing the same decks as that we're playing here, and it's just Cabanessa is definitely the way to go.
Yeah. I think if we do this again, we'll probably like this one off as her time to shine. Everybody got a chance to search their giant deck, and maybe she doesn't get to go again. We did give the Shaper faction an extra ID, so they'll be fine. Do you find so? It sounds like you did a good amount of thinking beforehand, so you weren't overwhelmed by like click Cabanessa, and then you're like, oh no, this is too much.
No, yeah, I did do a bit of thinking. I mean, as you may or may not know, I played Cabanessa quite a bit.
Cool.
There was that regionals deck last year with Lamb Surfer that I have posted. It is called Raccoon Tech. Yeah. So I've had a decent experience with Cabanessa. I know like a lot of the key cards that I'm looking for in the beginning are the ones that are good. And I think there's a lot of them. Like obviously there's like stuff like Rejig, but I'm specifically talking about like Stim Hack, Flame Out, and Cold Read are all things that you can use in conjunction with Cabanessa. And I think in one of the games, I think in round 3, I had a Cold Read in hand, and I caboed for a Penrose, and then played the Cold Read on their remote. That did me pretty well.
That's great.
Yeah, go ahead.
That game, that was impressive.
I like the fact though that in Cabanessa, like because you have so many programs, it makes a lot of sense to just use Cabanessa and then let the program go away because you have a lot more in the deck. So aside from just being able to search your deck, I think that aspect makes it really fun still.
One second, just doing a quick timer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think one thing that I was hoping when I was thinking Cabanessa Wu could be legal is that Cabanessa Wu has always had this sort of idea where, you know, I think Flame Out is like thematically linked to her, and she has this like, oh, I'm just gonna the program lose it, boom boom boom. But he usually doesn't play out that way. Just don't have a bunch of disposable programs to throw in the trash, and you can sidestep a lot of those with good card selection in a 45 card deck. So it's nice that she got to do that kind of stuff here, at least with your piloting, I think, where you're just like, oh, you know what would be really good here? A Penrose.
Yeah. Yeah, I love Penrose, and it's like, and it's funny, I had a mantle and a mirror installed as well that game.
Oh yeah. Oh, when you installed the mirror and the mantle in the same turn, I was really hoping that we would get to see the mirror do a lot of work, and it didn't quite get there.
Honestly, I installed the mirror because it had 2 MU.
Yeah. That is its strongest. I mean, I think that makes more sense than trying to dig for your Maya.
Yeah.
So these players, they got a time extension because they had a delayed start. So they have about 3 minutes left to go on the round. Patrick has this little no rig, 5 credits, and is that a Persephone? Looks like it. So it sounds like you're on the same page about Vanessa Wu banning, which makes me, for this format, which makes me feel better because you did such good work with her.
Yeah,
did you try out any other runners?
Sorry,
in this format? Did you have you tried any of the other runners in playing this format?
Yeah. I tried Max.
You said that. Yeah. I love
like,
Max.
Like, if I play Criminal, I'm just thinking in Criminal, you really just have like Special Order that'll help you find.
Oh yeah, you're totally at the mercy of random chance.
Yeah, I think that's worse in like the worst in Criminal. Although I didn't think about this coming into this, but I played against 2 419s. I think 419 is a pretty good idea because, you know, corps are hurting for money. But again, I think Egg Infusion has a lot of money.
It can. Oh yeah.
I think like I wasn't too bad on money in most games. Like, yes, I was clicking for credits a couple times, but I was still like, as long as you have 1 piece of ice res and you have unres dice on your servers, you feel fine.
Yeah. It's interesting how Ag Infusion, so many more people played Ag Infusion here, whereas it has a lot of those strengths in regular Netrunner. Polana really outclasses it.
Yeah, I thought about Polana too, but yeah, Egg Infusion just means that all your ice is always relevant, and you also have 17 influence, which means you have 2 better cards in your deck.
Yeah, and did you see in chat? Warrior just posted on Netrunner DB a 90 card Woo deck that they've been really enjoying. They feel like it has a lot of the benefits that you were mentioning Kevin Woo having in this format, but with a lot more consistency than of course your deck probably had. I think probably drawing is not just a sucker's game in a 90 card deck. It really is. Or at least relative to the woo basic woo action.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying all that stuff about like, there is that interesting part about I can use woo and then not care about the program. I think that's like, I think overall, I think woo probably makes it boring, because I think in that third game, in that third round, maybe fourth round, right? It was just I would hit Katie, click for 3, pass the turn. I did that probably for like 4 or 5 turns in a row. And as long as I keep my money up, I have so many programs in my deck that I can just call on. The corp really probably can't come up with anything.
I should go tell these people that it is time in the round.
So William Vesbury, I've been listening to you chatting and learning a bit about the format as well, and spectating the games today was quite interesting. And I mean, congrats again for like a very good performance in this unusual format. Would you say that there, like in regular standard Netrunner, would you say that there are any basic things that a person playing here should remember about?
Oh yeah, for sure. The variants. I think the variance of your R&D or of your stack, it really makes it so that you don't. It's really hard to draw to find an answer out of a difficult scenario, and I think that's very. I don't know. I think you can learn a lot from being forced to play out something with the assumption that if you draw, you'll draw into garbage, and. Right, because if you're agenda flooded or if you're low on money, sometimes in like normal constructed, you've got a lot of money cards in your deck. Maybe you draw for that. But in this format, there's nothing like that. So like going back to like I'm sure many people today, as Corp started the game and got flooded, and then didn't really know what to do. And I think most people are naturally into drawing out of it, because if you draw cards, you might find something better. But like that round 3 game was on. I think you guys did watch that, where I had that. Oh, I guess you guys didn't know, but I started that game with 6 points in hand, and then by turn 3, I think I had 10 points in hand, and I ended up being able to score that out. Yeah, so I think like just like being able to know like what it is that your opponent is trying to do is really helpful in something like that. So for example, in that game, I knew that the runner like probably didn't want to check my HQ as long as I like put other things elsewhere. That's hard to explain. But yeah, I think you gotta get a little bit of a hint of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, would you say, I mean, minus, so yeah, definitely I understand what you mean here, but would you say that minus all the, of course, different potential card interactions, or, I mean, the card pool for this is kind of intimidating, but would you recommend this as I'm trying to think, like, is it something that a person new to the game could enjoy, or would you say it's just way too much?
Great question.
Yeah, that is a great question. I think it depends on what that person is trying to do. So when I usually start a card game, something like Netrunner, where there's like, the card pool is massive, but it's not like, it's something that you can get to learn. And this format really helps with like, getting exposure to different cards, and being able to play them. If you're looking for something like, consistently knowing how a card performs, I think the fact that I said consistency tells you that that's not something you want to do here. But I think like playing this format helps you with a lot of fundamentals in Netrunner, because you don't have to, you don't have to build a deck. You don't have to make sure that your deck fits together, and you have enough economy and stuff, because both players are playing essentially with the same handicaps. Yeah, and I think that makes this format really, really worth looking into.
Okay, that's. Thank you for sharing your perception of this, because I mean, I think this being quite an unusual format and quite fresh in a way, it definitely opens up a lot of interesting questions and a lot of interesting possible variations or changes. I mean, we've already been talking here about banning Cabonessa for the next one, just to see how this is going to change the meta. Speaking of which, I believe we have all the games done, right? And we have all the results in.
Yeah, all the games are finished.
So I just pulled up Cobra as well on the stream. And once again, congratulations for a great score. But let's take a look at the field in general. I mean, I know that this is maybe, how to put it, we cannot really rely on all the results because there were rounds with fewer or more players because some people were dropping in or out. But I think the top people, or the people who have the most points, played from the very beginning until the very end, right? Like, that's probably the case.
Yeah, that is definitely true.
Yeah, and I have to say, I mean, okay, and of course this is a very small sample, but we don't see any NBN in, let's say, the top 8 here. I'm happy to see, actually, and we haven't seen any mirror morph action here. So Analyze Chris, I wish I jumped into any of those games here with mirror morph and LAT, but it is quite varied. I mean, everybody's represented, minus, of course, NBN, unfortunately. But hey, well, that happens. So, do you think like the data and the input from this tournament is going to shape the next one whenever it happens? Of course, I mean, no pressure. But other than Cabonessa being maybe on some sort of ban list, or I don't know, making her somehow not participate, or I don't know. Well, it's going to be up to you to decide what's going to happen. But any other tweaks to this format you're considering, for example, experimenting with?
I think I'll have to give the mini faction decks a try. I imagine since they're so small, like at 180 some cards, they're going to be too consistent. But I'll have to try them out because maybe they are bad enough to play. Because certainly if they're just one of the stronger decks, we'll have to allow that. Oh yeah, Jessica in the chat pointing out that. I don't know how to pronounce that, but Chuck's flower?
Chuflower?
Flower?
I'm guessing. My French is non-existent, so I'm just guessing. But basically, that's Aaron, yeah.
First round 1, and
yeah,
finished with 12 prestige. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Okay, so generally, potentially mini factions, depending on some testing and looking into it.
I will have to test them out.
Yeah, I like how you framed it. Like, if they're bad enough, they can play. It's right, because generally you don't want the power level of any given deck here to be like way over the top. And I think Max's result here and the Blue Sun as well, like 18 points here with the one Akaneo, like that's actually also proving that okay, it's not, the field is not dominated with Cabonessa, because there were 11 Cabonessas. And they did well, but yeah, like this Cabonessa Ag Infusion combo, definitely a strong situation here, a strong result from these players. But Blue Sun and Max not doing bad at all. The 419 with 15 points here as well. That's quite cool. And the Gagarin, that was an interesting corp to see here. And I'm really feeling bad that I didn't look at any of the Mirror Morph games or the LAT. I mean, that could have been also quite interesting.
Yeah. I definitely think that Cabonessa Wu, in terms of these results, didn't crush so much that she would need to be banned for that reason. But I think the biggest issue with her is probably just that it's maybe out of the spirit of the format.
Fair enough.
And thank you so much for streaming. I really appreciate it, especially because I did want to caution everybody, please don't crowd the JNut games, because I was worried about them black screening. So I'm really grateful that you were here to do this. I'm super happy I could actually do it. Thank you so much for organizing. I mean, well, congrats to everybody who performed really well. Most of all, William, of course, for an amazing run. I mean, seriously, this was quite something, especially given the format, which really is
I think it's mentally taxing. Even like, we were here spectating the games and like, what does this card again? What does it do? How does it even work? And then all the interactions you have to think of, guessing what's the chaff and what's actually useful for you in a given situation. Definitely a different kind of Netrunner, even though the cards are exactly the same. So congrats one more time. And nothing is said until Banwu is correct. we have the chat is giving us a lot of common knowledge and common wisdom about and opinions as well, of course, about cards. Oh,
I think you guys. I don't think anybody was spectating my last game against Internet, but he was playing. I think he was playing Gagarin, and I ran his an open forum, and I looked at it, and then I was like, you know what, you can keep this. So then he reses the open forum, and then he shows me a merger with the open forum. And then get this part, the next turn he shows me another merger. So now there's 2 mergers in each turn.
Yeah, that's one of the plays that you can only probably see in this format, because who would in their right mind just put open merger in a deck in general? Although I mean it might work for some options. But then open forum, I mean, I haven't seen this card since it was printed, I guess. I've never heard of a deck using it to a good effect. So yeah, this is really, it's really exciting. And I really love I think this was the most experimental thing I've seen in quite a while in Netrunner. And I'm really enjoying this because we do have a lot of different custom approaches to, the way the events are structured or to the card pool, like some limitations or certain tweaks. But this was just a bunch of people running around the lab going like, oh, look at all this, like, like experimenting with whatever they got into their hands, basically. And that was quite fun. Cool. Thank you so much for today then. I'll be definitely on the lookout for more information regarding the future of the Giant deck format. I'm super curious to hear later on, of course, because I'm pretty sure everybody's still, like fresh out of the tournament, like still high on adrenaline with all those games. But once people have a day or two to think about things and provide probably feedback to you as well on the forums or directly, I'm curious to hear how the future of this format is going to shape up. So thank you so much for running this. It was an absolute pleasure to stream. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next one already.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you again for streaming.
No worries. And William, you have to come back and defend your title, just saying.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Okay, I wish you both a good time of day, evening, night, wherever and whichever time you have right now in your time zones. I'm going to be hopping off of Discord and I'm going to be hopping into the stream to say a few things to the people before I disconnect for today.
Bye.
Right.
Bye.
Thanks for running.
Yep, pleasure. Okay, so we disconnect, and I'm really, really sorry, dear folks, listening and watching today. In case you got a bit, in case there were some, I can clearly say like audio issues, because we did have some audio issues. This is basically my rig misbehaving because I am using it for a bunch of different things. So it's not only me streaming this, it's me doing a bunch of different other things with voice and video as well. And that sometimes does not leave the setup, tweaked properly for these streams. So I'm gonna be, of course, experimenting with things. I'm gonna be adding new things to the stream as well. It's an absolute pleasure to stream things for you. Thank you so much for following today, the whole tournament, the whole event. It was fun. I mean, it's hard for me to say like if I had any favorite games. I don't know if you had any favorite games or moments during the event. Please share them in the chat as well. And I'm happy to report them to everybody else. But basically, the Professor game was really cool to watch with that Cassie string making the game and those 2 3-pointers out of all the different agendas you could have there. It was really cool to see Cabonessa perform so well and being in a way consistent in a very particular way. We have the decks. Thank you so much, William, for posting decks. This is really cool. I mean, yeah, that's fast. And this, of course, this event, like Sanjay was mentioning already, this is the first one in a format that was kind of a result of just seeing an idea online and then kind of taking it and running with it and coming up with a different thing. So if you're wondering how to spice up the game a bit for yourself and for your local meta, for example, just experiment, do something unusual. I don't know. Very simple thing, just ban hedge fund and sure gamble. That's already a good start. Or just say, I don't know, you cannot play IDs with Link. I don't know, maybe that's not a good idea. But there's as many cards in the game and there are as many mechanics. There are as many ideas of tweaking it. Sometimes the smallest tweaks are the best or the most interesting ones. And yeah, just experiment and organize something small. JNet is open. It's not creaking under pressure just yet, which is good. So do take advantage of the platform that we all have. And huge thanks once more to the JNet team for making things possible. And to Jonah for Cobra, which is also an amazing tool that we have at our disposal for absolutely free. And that's great. And huge thanks to Necro as well, as always, for always be running and know the meta as well. Two great places to use when you're more into the competitive scene, so to speak, or basically you just want to know what events are happening. So remember, do check Always Be Running. Do check that website for more events. Do check the other two streams that were also on today for this event. So you had San Francisco with CZ and Isram or Marcy23 on Twitch. You can see the links on the screen right now. And I'll be coming back, I don't know when, actually. I'm thinking, the Identity Crisis tournament I would love to play, but that means thinking about decks and building something and testing. Oof, well, we'll see. So I have no idea what will be the next event I'm going to be streaming, but it's going to be coming your way soon. And then, of course, remember, Iberian Lockdown number 4 happening sometime in May, obviously. So the announcement is gonna reach you soon about the final date and final time as voted on by the folks as well attending. So this is not my decision. I just had several slots available and they chose one. Really looking forward to that event as well. Really looking forward to the next one. Thank you so much for a lovely afternoon full of good Netrunner, interesting Netrunner, experimental Netrunner. I'm gonna leave you with wishes of staying safe, staying healthy, keeping it real, and yeah, always be running. I would be probably shouting "Hug the planet," but you're already doing this, so you know I don't have to tell you what you're already doing. You're on it. Thank you so much. Take care. I'll talk to you soon.